44 million passengers. 400,000 takeoffs and landings. 35,000 workers.
7 knots, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff.
It's the only 5-star airport in Europe.
Okay, that's fine.
Up to 90 aircraft take off and land here every hour, but only if everything is running smoothly.
It's your luggage. There.
Even the slightest mistake can bring everything to a standstill.
Not good.
Behind the scenes of Munich Airport, now on Giant Hubs. Five o'clock in the morning. A new day begins at Franz Josef Strauss Airport in Munich. The first plane, an Airbus A380, flight number LH731, is just in from Hong Kong. Today, the airport will accommodate over 1,100 aircraft and 120,000 passengers. The airport is located about 30 kilometers north of Bavaria's capital, Munich. It covers a total of 1,500 hectares and is divided into 3 main buildings: Terminal 1, Terminal 2, and the Midfield Terminal, belonging to Terminal 2, also known as the Satellite. In the center of it all, its distinctive tower. The very top is where the air traffic controllers of the German air navigation services work. The terminal controllers regulate all takeoffs and landings. The runway controllers monitor all the aircraft movements on the runways. The planners pass the takeoff and landing plans to the runway and terminal controllers. Matthias Anlinger is a supervisor. His workplace is 78 meters above the airport, at the very top of the tower.
So, good morning, Toby.
Morning, Matt.
How are things?
So far, so good. We've got 2-6 in the BMC. As always, we're a tad understaffed, but everything's going fine.
Oh yes, I can see that.
That means we both have to be on board a bit today.
Matthias Anlinger is facing a double burden today: coordinating the activities in the tower and independently granting takeoff and landing permission to the aircraft.
My job as supervisor is to ensure that all the positions here are filled, which means the 4 controllers and the 2 clearance delivery positions, and that each controller is at work for a maximum of 2 hours, and then has a break of at least half an hour. Pilots need the approval of a controller for every takeoff and every landing. The controller is like a traffic policeman who monitors all these junctions and determines who is first and second. There is no right before left rule and no red traffic lights. What counts here is what the controller says.
The special feature in Munich is that both runways are used equally for takeoffs and landings. The controller's responsibility is enormous. They have to monitor up to 5 airplanes simultaneously. This requires maximum concentration, and they have to regularly clear their heads.
You can take a break.
26er VMC showed final Croatia clear to land.
Matthias Anlinger is briefed by his colleague about the upcoming takeoffs and landings. He's about to take over sole responsibility for the south runway.
Bravo 10106.
Check. Ich habe jetzt hier den Arbeitsplatz.
I've now taken over the PL South workstation here, which means I'm responsible for the southern runway and the surrounding airspace.
Cairo 497, good morning. Wind check 240, 3 knots.
The supervisor informs the pilots about the current wind conditions on the runway, so they can account for things like crosswinds when landing, for example.
I've got 3 planes coming in right now. One's about to touch down, Lufthansa Airbus 319. Next one's at 5 miles. Meanwhile, the Iberia is starting. I already told it to go on the runway.
Takeoffs and landings are constant here, which is why the Iberia needs to take off quickly.
I've given him clearance to take off. He shouldn't take too much time because the next plane is already at 3 miles, which means it'll land in 1.5 minutes.
The Iberia begins takeoff.
Lufthansa 07 Papa, wind 240, 5 knots, runway 26 left.
The Munich Airport is a true aviation hub, with short and medium-haul flights bringing passengers into Munich from the countries surrounding Germany. Here, they transfer to larger planes flying all over the world. The aircraft should only be on the ground for as short a time as possible, and then fly off again as quickly as they can. In order to avoid delays, all departments must work together smoothly. The rapid reaction force on the tarmac are the ramp supervisors. Wherever something isn't working, that's where they need to be. Or when there's a premiere of some kind, like today.
We're on our way. Thanks.
Franz Ada is one of 2 ramp supervisors on duty. His mission, to bring this Airbus A350-1000 in. Today is the first time a plane of this type will land at the Munich Airport. At 73.8 meters, it is just under 1 meter longer than the A380-800, almost too long, as it turns out when parking at the outermost position.
The red line is the absolute red line. Nothing is allowed to cross it. That is the taxiway and that is the park position. And the taxiway is off limits to everyone. It must remain absolutely unobstructed. And now it's very much on the border. We are right on the edge. For safety reasons, I suggest we move the stopping point 1 meter forward.
This way, nothing will protrude into the taxiway during the next landing. Eight o'clock in the morning. More and more aircraft are now arriving at both terminals. What still looks like a little bit of luggage here accumulates into a serious flood of suitcases in the interior of the terminal building. The baggage conveyor system in Terminal 2 alone occupies a significant portion of the ground floor. Its conveyor belts run for a total of 46 kilometers. Baggage travels through a tunnel from Terminal 2 under the tarmac into the satellite building. Total capacity, 80,000 units a day in both terminals. Coming from the baggage carts, the suitcases first land on a conveyor. To ensure that transport runs smoothly, despite different bag sizes and shapes, each piece of luggage must be placed into a kind of tub. This allows up to 11,750 bags to be transported per hour during peak times. And because not every owner flies away immediately, the system includes a gigantic early baggage holding area. Munich Airport can temporarily hold up to 4,500 suitcases at one time. They remain on these shelves until their owners connecting flights. The rest will take less than 5 minutes from here to baggage claim for all passengers disembarking in Munich. Like many areas at the airport, the baggage handling system is also strictly monitored. Passengers don't even notice these checks. But there is another control who can affect everyone here. When moving from the baggage claim area to the public area, all passengers must pass through customs. Chief Customs Clerk David Staszewski and Customs Clerk Christoph Otto have been working here at the airport for several years. Their work equipment includes bulletproof vests and firearms. In 2017, customs officers seized 950 kilograms just of narcotics alone at Munich Airport.
All the American planes will be here in a minute. Then we have a Frankfurt here,
Right.
the Basel.
The Johannesburg's coming.
Between 7 and 11 in the morning, a particularly large number of international flights arrive at Munich Airport. Every traveler must pass through one of these two channels. Green means nothing to declare. Red means goods to declare for import. The two agents are primarily looking for smugglers and fraudsters, but also for unsuspecting persons who don't declare goods requiring registration.
EU passengers have a green stripe on the side of the label on the suitcase. Everything that comes from outside the EU is just white. This is how we ultimately recognize the flight route.
Especially travelers from Asia and the USA are not always familiar with the import guidelines into the European Union.
Hello, ma'am. Where do you come from, please?
Düsseldorf.
Have a nice day.
This American passenger knows he has to register his gun. For this Chinese tour guide, Christoph Otto carries out a random check without having specific suspicion.
How much cash money you carry with you?
Cash money, I have about less 2,000 euro.
Less than 2,000, okay. You're back up here and then we shall look into it.
At the next table, his colleague checks this traveler from Cameroon.
The woman comes from an African country. Now we have to check to see what she's bringing in. Theoretically, it could be anything from banned foods to narcotics. You just have to take a look. This is probably some kind of tea here.
Those are vegetables for eating.
Passengers must declare cash amounts in excess of 10,000 euros and expensive electronic goods when bringing them in. Narcotics and perishable foods, such as fresh meat, fresh fish, or cheese, may not be brought in at all. For David Staszewski and Christoph Otto, many inspections are excursions into foreign cultures.
Now, what do we have here? Dried shrimps?
Those are crayfish.
Right, right.
They're tasty.
It's always a bit questionable in terms of hygiene, but yes, it's good. It's fine. I believe you.
That's really good food.
You see how different the cultures are.
Shrimps here, ready-made soups there. But on occasion, there are things in the suitcases that are just strange.
What's inside? Oh, you got all the passports.
Yes. I have 3. I have to keep all the passports. for my group members. It's a very hard job.
Yeah, I see.
Lots of powders, lots of little stones. I can't always do drug tests on every traveler every time I find a little powder. You can't just criminalize everyone and suggest that they have drugs. That's why we have to smell it now and then and take a closer look from time to time. But everything the lady has with her is completely fine.
While Staszewski and Otto continue to search for forbidden goods, passengers in the public area of the airport can enjoy completely legal substances at the airboy. $12 in the afternoon. The restaurant serves beer and other Bavarian delicacies almost around the clock. The special feature of the beer served here, it's brewed directly at the airport. An airport with its own brewery, that's unique in the world. Up to 8 typical beer varieties with flowery names are on the menu here. Their ale is called Fliegerquell, the wheat beer Cumulus. Bavaria and beer. It's a cliché the Munich Airport likes to have a little fun with. Indeed, it sees itself as Bavaria's gateway to the world. In 2017, 44.6 million passengers took off and landed at Europe's first 5-star airport, a trend that has been increasing for many years. More and more passengers and more international flights. But that also means more and more personnel for inspections, because airports in particular are places criminals and delinquents seek out to escape the authorities. Passport control, patrol duty, identity checks. Inspector Benjamin Koenig and Police Commissioner Lothar Reitmeier are on the go in Terminal 1. They are 2 of a total of 1,200 federal police officers responsible for passenger safety at Munich Airport.
Hi, you guys speak English? Yeah, I want to see the passports, please. But I want to see the passports from all. Yeah.
Okay, and your passport and your passport.
Okay.
The 3 young foreigners have no passports, but they are in possession of a residence permit. Is it valid?
And this is also from you?
Yeah.
When I check someone, I first check what kind of document they have and whether it's valid, and whatever else he may need in addition to the document to stay in Germany legally. If I have a green light, I have to make a phone call, and then the person is called up in our system to see if there are any issues.
The residence permit is valid, but the question remains as to whether any one of the men is at odds with the law.
Yo, ciao. No, that's good.
The telephone check shows there is no evidence against any of them. One of the young men wants to return to his home country. The other 2 came to say goodbye.
Examining a person's legal status is certainly very complex. For us and the other employees, this also means that we have to keep each other up to date on the laws, but also on the different passports. New passports are constantly being issued, and sometimes there are new laws. That is why a large part of our work is making sure that we have the latest information and that suitable training measures are carried out accordingly.
The 2 federal police officers are now expecting the next rush of passengers. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Once again, a particularly high number of airplanes are landing. At peak times like these, all passenger boarding bridges at Munich Airport are occupied. Ramp supervisor Franz Eder is on his way to one of them. It's defective. The passengers have been stranded on the plane for 10 minutes.
The passenger boarding bridge has a technical problem, and now a mechanic is coming to repair it. In the worst case, we'd have to deplane using stairs and then buses. But I always put that off as long as I can, until the technician tells me we can't fix it.
Exiting via steps and buses means an enormous loss of time for the passengers and for the aviation hub, even possibly delaying connecting flights. But then, the all clear. The technician can once again operate the passenger boarding bridge. The major machinery for operating flights in Terminal 2 runs here, in the Hub Operations Center. Munich Airport is one of the largest hubs in Europe. Jörg Abel is responsible for ensuring that all connections work as they should. And in the event of a delay, he has to make sure that no passenger gets stuck with an unnecessarily long wait for their next flight.
Here we see the flow of transfers. It's typical for a hub. We want to get our passengers from A to B, so the guests have to transfer here. We look very closely to see if the guests can reach their connecting flights the way we have envisioned. We use this tool here to see exact details for an individual flight, to see all the flights our passengers are transferring to. And the color code tells us which passengers reach their flight within a normal time frame. Those are the green ones. With the yellow flights, it's a bit more critical. In these cases, we have to think about how to transport the guests faster, so that they can still reach their connecting flight.
In the tower, the German Air Navigation Service's air traffic controllers are preparing for a departure rush. The number of international departures is now on the rise. Many aircraft are still in their positions, but soon they want to take off, practically at the same time. To prevent traffic jams, the controllers reschedule ahead of time. Supervisor Matthias Anlinger uses the southern runway exclusively for departures.
Now we're ready. We've already okayed 15 planes for takeoff on the south runway. The arrivals are slowly diminishing, so now I'll make sure we direct the rest of the arrivals to the north runway.
Hello.
Hello. After the Speedwing 869, arrivals to the north runway, please. Thanks. Ciao.
Ciao.
Matthias Anlinger gives clearance for takeoff in minute intervals.
Behind the next landing, Airbus 320, 2 miles out, line up 26 left. Lufthansa 1834, wind 290, 7 knots, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff. Hello, Lufthansa 764, line up 26 left.
Lufthansa 764, lining up runway 26 left.
Lufthansa 453, wind 310 degrees, 8 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Lufthansa 764, connect departure, angenehme Reise.
Lufthansa 764, departure, bye-bye.
Alpha Hotel Yankee 8585, wind 290, 12 knots, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff.
After an hour, the supervisor has wrapped up the departure rush. Now, it's time for his break. He has been with German Air Navigation Services for 35 years and is still passionate about his work.
It's wonderful when you see people from the plane you just gave clearance to land who are now arriving here with their luggage and walking down to the suburban train. Or people coming out to the suburban trains, checking the boards for departure, and you know for sure when you're back up there, you will give the plane the takeoff clearance. People leave for their vacation and they're happy.
Meanwhile, at customs, here too, the number of arriving passengers is noticeably decreasing. But this box from a U.S.-American man seems suspicious to Chief Customs Clerk David Staszewski.
And for what do you need this?
Trade show. It's gifts.
Gifts?
Yeah.
Do you have an invoice of them?
No, I don't. You know what? Maybe I do. I have a packing slip.
Why you didn't declare this?
Because they have no value. They're just for trade show.
But it's not for private using, so everything what is for commercial using, you have to make an import declaration.
Okay, so I was told that for marketing material, because they're just giveaway, that they have no value.
But you have to come inside.
Okay.
And you have to make a declaration about it.
Okay.
So your private luggage, please, here.
Staszewski now has to determine the value of the bottles. The passenger may be facing a fine. Nevertheless, it is most important that all passengers feel comfortable at the air traffic hub. And that's just what they do. 14 million passengers worldwide choose Munich as the best airport in Europe. 5 stars were awarded, among other things, for clarity of signs and symbols. But the 150 shops and 60 restaurants and cafes are also popular. Center Manager Philip Ahrens is in charge of the shopping experience.
Munich Airport is a major hub. It's not only important that the operational processes are appropriate, but also the shopping experience. 50% of our turnover is generated by shopping. We try to guide passengers in a way that can trigger impulse purchases. So they pick up another small item at the duty-free shop, or go to another area and buy a watch, some clothes, or a suit. We try to cover a broad spectrum because we naturally have an enormous amount of traffic here.
On average, 122,000 passengers push through here every day. On peak days, it can be as high as 150,000. The most important thing for sales is the passengers who stay in the transit area and spend time in the terminal waiting for their connecting flight.
Of course, we try to guide the passengers centrally through our gastronomy and shopping units. And we make it very specific as well. We take advantage of the positioning and the knowledge we have regarding the passengers' shopping behavior, what they need, what they want to buy. Based on this, we design the routing.
So that passengers can easily catch their connecting flight and remain relaxed. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the past hour, many short and medium-haul aircraft have brought passengers to Munich for intercontinental flights. From now on, the airport will be preparing for the big evening rush hour. Munich Airport can handle a maximum of 1,300 takeoffs and landings per day. Now, the hub is preparing the large long-haul aircraft for takeoff. Among them, the largest passenger aircraft in the world. The Airbus A380-800 Johannesburg is ready for check-in. 5 such aircraft commute daily between Munich and destinations in North America and Asia. Passenger baggage, fuel, air freight. Ramp agent Michael Auler is responsible for loading. His first task, verifying the aircraft registration. In the aviation alphabet, the name of the Johannesburg is Delta Mike Echo.
The plane just came in from Beijing almost an hour early, which is good because it gives us a little more time. The check is important because the entire weight calculation is based on this aircraft. Weight as well as the center of gravity and balance. This is therefore one of the first tasks we have to carry out on the plane.
Cold air is pumped from the terminal into the aircraft through these yellow hoses. The amount of kerosene required depends on the wind conditions forecast for the flight and the takeoff weight, all calculated precisely.
Pre-selected for
141.5 tons were pre-selected for our flight today to Beijing. Current FOB, fuel on board. We're at 121 tons, which means we still need about 20 tons until the plane is fully refueled.
While Michael Auler continues to prepare the A380 for takeoff, staff at the Hub Operations Center are already one step ahead. They plan the routes for flights arriving in Munich in the next few hours. To make sure the hub runs as efficiently as possible, they intervene before an aircraft even takes off.
Here we see our return flight from Singapore to Munich. This flight was given a different route. Why? You can see that clearly in the system. That's Singapore, where our plane is at the moment. It will then take this route south through India and then fly up here towards Europe until it lands in Munich. Normally the flight path goes much further north, but that wasn't possible this time because the colours that you see here are severe thunderstorms over northern India, and they have to be avoided.
3:30 in the afternoon. The evening rush hour starts. Passengers begin checking in for the Beijing flight. Hundreds of suitcases make their way towards the A380, including the transferring bags, which have been resting in the early baggage storage. Each suitcase is scanned again and loaded into a container. A maximum of 40 pieces land here. They won't come out of the container again until they reach Beijing. If a passenger does not show up for departure, their suitcase can be quickly identified and removed. But it's not just suitcases along for the ride. There's also a lot of air freight to Beijing. Ramp agent Michael Auler compares the data on his load sheet with the packing list.
The weight of this unit is correct, at 3,496 kilos. It's supposed to be loaded at position 22 Papa, which is the rearmost position in the plane's front hold. There it goes. I'll check to see if the unit is airworthy.
In addition to having the correct weight, the air freight has to be packed in such a way that it cannot shift around internally. Sudden balance changes could endanger flight safety. Everything's okay. The ramp agent releases the cargo for loading. And then checks the anchorage in the cargo hold. At customs, the American passenger waits for the additional duty on his promotional giveaways.
Okay. The value of them is 361 euros. We have 7% the customs duty, and 19% for the import tax. That's complete 80 euros. And for not declaring, you have to pay a fine in the same amount like the tax. So 160 euros, 78.
Which needs to be paid immediately. Only then can the passenger enter Germany with his box. 2,300 of these duties were levied in 2017.
So I won't be bringing gifts next time.
Fortunately for him, the U.S. American is spared any criminal proceedings. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The public area of the airport is now full of arriving and departing passengers. Benjamin Koenig and Lothar Reitmeier are now paying special attention to unattended luggage.
Does this belong to you?
Is this yours?
Okay.
All of you. Okay.
A short time later, they discover what they had been looking for. 3 unattended suitcases in the rental car area. The 2 federal policemen quickly try to find out who the owner is, rule out a possible planned attack.
It's your luggage. There. No. Do you have any luggage there? Luggage. Das ist schlecht.
That's bad.
Das ist
That's
schlecht.
bad.
The policeman must always assume the worst. There could be a bomb in those bags.
Sorry, you can't go this way now.
This means securing the site right away and sealing it off, then calling the detection dog and a disarming squad. But it won't come to that.
Yours?
Looks like the owner showed up after all.
It's not okay there. You have to put them always with you, your luggage. In the car?
Yeah, car, yeah.
Yeah. So, I need your passport, sorry.
Okay. No problem.
You just arrived? You arrived?
After,
Yeah.
Why do you leave your luggage here?
Yeah.
Why? It's an airport.
I look for a car.
Always
Yeah,
take it.
I know this, but you put the luggage now.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Have we already questioned him? Negative?
Der kam frisch an.
He just got here.
Der kam frisch
He was
an.
just
Der ist
stamped.
Frisch gestempelt.
Ja, then.
Well, then.
I'm sorry. I didn't system.
Okay. Take it. Take it.
Here, there is no punishment for leaving your suitcase, and no scolding for a lack of language skills. On the ramp, the loading of the Airbus A380 to Beijing is still in full swing.
In total, we now have almost 550 pieces of luggage. These will now be loaded according to the plan. Then, hopefully, we can leave our position on time.
But without the exterior check conducted by the pilot, the Johannesburg is not going anywhere. Before takeoff, Captain Roland Tourbier still has to check the general condition of his aircraft.
We always do an entire walk around. We start at one point and end at that same point. Here we mainly examine the sensors, which are extremely important. These are sensors for the flight data, and they can't be bent or clogged up. Of course, you don't see that now. This is the nose gear. We take a look at the general condition. What we don't want to see are leaks, anything broken, something that's dropped, or broken lenses from the lamps. We check the engines to see that the fan blades haven't been bent by a bird strike, for example.
For a good 15 minutes, Roland Tourbier moves around beneath the giant plane. The Johannesburg has now passed the exterior check. 4:42. The operations center sends Benjamin Koenig and Lothar Reitmeier to another abandoned suitcase. Supposedly, it's been there for 30 minutes already.
Okay. Servus. Hallo. Grüßt euch.
So, da machen wir jetzt einmal. Da geht. So, sorry. No, 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 no. No. Sorry, sorry, sorry. No. Please, you go around.
It's been here for half an hour already.
Then, okay. Der Kollege ist ja los.
The colleague went to get barrier tape, then we'll see. Has it already been announced?
Yes, but no one's reacted.
Is there anything that could help us identify the owner?
Besitzer? Nix.
Lothar Reitmeier indicates the status of the investigation. Up to 20 stray luggage items are picked up by the federal police in Munich every day. And each time, the officials have to follow the same procedure, regardless of whether this disrupts airport operations or not.
Wir müssen mit allem rechnen. Es kann natürlich sein,
we have to be ready for everything. It is very likely that someone has simply forgotten their suitcase. But someone who knows what they're doing might also be trying to make it look as if it is a totally harmless piece of luggage. It could also be something else, of course. Depending on what Lothar decides, we will probably request the Special Forces, Dog and Disarming Squad. Raising awareness in the public area, where we are now, is quite different from what happens behind the security check, which is why we also cordon off large areas, to be on the safe side.
Meanwhile, on the ramp, the last 2 containers are loaded into the Airbus A380. Only after the loading process has been completed can ramp agent Michael Auler compare his data with the captain's.
What I'm handing over now to the captain are my load weights, the final figures. We compare the data which is necessary before we send the aircraft on its way.
After the cockpit handover, the ramp agent's job will be complete.
I'm listening.
Just a quick comparison of the load sheet.
Okay.
A total of 467 guests plus 1 infant, no specials from our side.
Wonderful. Very nice. Thanks so much for your cooperation. See you next time.
Great, have a good flight.
Flight LH-722 to Beijing is now almost ready for takeoff. Only a few passengers are still missing. In the central area, Lothar Reitmeier and Benjamin Koenig are waiting for the Special Forces. The first specialist arrives, bomb tracker Ellie and her handler. Ellie doesn't give an indication of any explosives.
It's all good, right?
Yes, looking good.
That's fine, but the disarmer has to have his chance to conduct a technical check. And then, all of a sudden, a man claims the suitcase is his. At first, Lothar Reitmeier and Benjamin Koenig do not pay any attention to the alleged owner and wait for the disarmer's verdict. Once the technical check is over, he opens the suitcase.
And where's his passport?
He says it's inside. Let him take it out himself.
Yeah.
Only now is it clear. The man in the white shirt is the owner of the suitcase. And Lothar Reitmeier gets very angry looking at the passport.
We have a lot of trouble in this case.
I'm really sorry, actually. I wasn't even, I was working actually, I didn't realize the bag is missing.
But normally, I think you fly a lot of times. Yeah, normally you have to know at the airport we have a lot of trouble in this.
I never happened in my life actually. I made a big mistake today. I don't know how. I know it's a big. I'm very sorry, very sorry.
Okay.
Let's go.
After 1 hour, the federal police can finally give the all clear.
Dann gehen wir natürlich schon.
Of course, we are very sensitive with an object like this, because obviously we don't know what's in it. That's why we had to cordon the area off and initiate our processes. Until then, my pulse was still relatively calm, but it increased a little when the owner arrived and said that he'd been eating dinner for an hour and forgot the thing. And although he flies often and should simply know that you don't do that.
The carelessness of a few passengers is Lothar Reitmeier's and Benjamin Koenig's daily bread. But for today, their work is finished. 6:30 in the evening. In Terminal 2, the last passengers rush aboard flight LH722 to Beijing. Like so many, they come directly from a feeder flight, and just in time.
We have over 50 different connecting and feeder flights for this flight, which pretty much pushes the system to its limits. It's a challenge every time.
Finally, boarding completed. The pushback can begin. With a maximum weight of 544 tons, the Airbus A380 can take off. Preparing this aircraft for takeoff is a technical and logistical accomplishment. And yet, this is only one flight out of an average of 1,100 flights that take off or land in Munich every day. Up to 150,000 passengers arrive at or depart from this gigantic hub each day. For them, Munich is the best airport in Europe, and certainly one of the busiest air traffic hubs in the world. It's among the largest logistics centers in the world, the Port of Rotterdam. Handling capacity, about 1,300,000 tons per day.
Thousands of people work here to make sure everything goes according to plan. Together, we make that miracle happen.
Over 130,000 ships arrive every year, but the goods will only reach their final destination on time if all port employees work together perfectly, from maritime pilots and terminal operators to coast guards. Everyone follows a carefully synced and always tight schedule.
One mistake and all the dominoes start to drop.
The biggest port in Europe is also one of the most innovative in the world.
It's very cool to be alive in this day and age.
All together now, a logistical masterpiece. So just how do they pull it off at this giant hub? The Port of Rotterdam moves 13.7 million containers each year. More than 180,000 people work in the port area. The size of the hub? 12,643 hectares, 1.5 times the size of Manhattan. Since being founded in the 14th century, the Port of Rotterdam has continued to expand in the direction of the North Sea. Today, the port area stretches over 42 kilometers. The hub handles a wide variety of goods, chemical substances, liquid bulk goods such as diesel fuel, gasoline, or edible oils, as well as dry bulk goods, including coal, ore, or cereals, and of course, freight containers. 2:50 a.m. On today's schedule alone, 80 giant freighters. More than 200 maritime pilots guide them to the terminals. Martijn Drent is one of them. 15 kilometers off the coast, he welcomes his first ship. The Santa Clara. 300 meters long. Cargo, over 7,000 containers. Martijn's daily routine starts with jumping onto the freighter's rope ladder to board it.
It's a physical challenge more than anything. The ladder is not allowed to be any longer than 9 meters. But as you can imagine, climbing up a 9-meter long ladder in bad weather, high waves, and strong winds is no walk in the park. To do this work, I have to be in top condition at all times.
Every year, Rotterdam pilots bring over 56,000 ships into the port like this. Got it.
Hello, Captain. Hi, good morning. How are you?
Morning, fine, thank you.
Martijn, how are you?
First up, signing an agreement. Martijn officially takes command of the ship for the duration of the maneuver.
The Santa Clara is on its way.
From now on, the clock is ticking. If the pilots fail to bring the freighters to the correct terminal on time, the hub's entire schedule will be affected. Loading would take longer, and the next ship would have to wait. It's a chain reaction with real consequences.
I already ordered the tugboat. The terminal wants the ship on the quay at a very specific time. Then the ship has to be moored, not half an hour earlier, nor half an hour later.
Mooring time, 7:30 a.m. Port workers are waiting at the terminal to moor the ship at this precise point in time. If the Santa Clara comes too late, the whole day's schedule is thrown off.
I have to plan my course for this time and coordinate it with my colleagues on the other ships. Over there, for example, a very large ship is on the move. We give it priority. We don't want to get in its way. And there's another one in front of this ship around the corner. Now comes the phase where we steer into the harbor. This is where I am extremely concentrated. The only thing on my mind is staying on course.
Giant freighters have priority. Normally, the safest and fastest solution for pilots and ships. The most important tool in the Rotterdam hub? More than anything, a precisely coordinated schedule. The 180,000 port employees work in hundreds of different departments and companies, and they all depend on each other. Punctuality is the definitive factor for success at Europe's largest port. The master plan for this sophisticated endeavor is drawn up 42 kilometers upstream in the heart of the city of Rotterdam. This is where the Harbor Coordination Center is located, the hub's brain. 6:47 a.m. Harbor Master Jacob Bach is where all the strands converge. Which ships are delivering which cargo? Where are staff needed and how many? What problems still need to be addressed? Jakob tackles these questions at the morning conference. All the different divisions of the Harbor Master's office are connected by video, including the pilots, inspectors, and Harbor Patrol.
Goedemorgen Martijn.
Good morning.
Oké, dan stel ik voor dat we alvast...
Let's take a good look at the day and review the facts and information we have.
Even de feiten en informatie van vandaag doorlopen.
Frank, oil is your department?
Ja, klopt. Hebben we nog bezettingsperikelen?
Are you still experiencing staffing problems today?
In the shipping department, everything is expected to run smoothly today.
With fees for ships, land rental, and its container business, the port has an annual turnover exceeding 700 million euros. For Jakob, perfect coordination means one thing above everything else: income.
When it comes to working together, time is an exceptionally important factor. Everything is planned in advance. If the schedule is not right, mistakes will happen. If the plan has been finalized, and then a ship causes trouble, then I just watch as the dominoes fall one after the other.
Jakob is also responsible for port security. The gigantic hub is confronted with risks every day: shipwrecks, accidents while loading, fires, possible explosions. That's why patrol ships monitor the harbor around the clock.
Hi, Perry, this is Jakob.
Hey, Jakob.
Hey, I'm going to call you about the transport coming in soon. Will you be able to receive it?
Yes. We're making sure everything is running properly with the navigation. So the cargo reaches the river safely.
Okay.
Thanks, Perry. Talk to you later.
Yo, aye.
7:05 a.m. The giant freighters have already moored. Now it's the Santa Clara's turn.
This is the Santa Clara. We're entering the terminal area.
The terminal stipulates where the pilots moor the ship, so as to optimize the use of the cranes. For the Santa Clara, this means making a 180-degree turn and reversing into the dock. And all this in just 25 minutes. To make this possible, the 300-meter freighter needs the help of a tugboat. In the port of Rotterdam, 40 tugboats work around the clock.
Hello, Paul. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You've got the anchor on starboard, right?
Yes, affirmative.
Since the largest freighters already moored earlier this morning, Martijn must now park the Santa Clara between them.
Is this jetty 171, 156?
Positive.
All right.
The mooring maneuver begins. The tug pulls at the stern of the Santa Clara, allowing the ship to turn on the spot. Suddenly, one of the 300 inland ships is in a hurry and pushes past.
That's slowest turn.
The ship wasn't sure of the best way to pass. Hopefully we don't trap it.
A dangerous situation, but pilot Martijn manages to prevent the collision with his skillful maneuvering. Then, the turn is complete. Now it's time to moor in Rotterdam's terminal area. This has two decisive advantages: an enormous depth, and there are no tide restrictions. This means that even the biggest of all the giant freighters can enter the port at any time of day or night. For the pilots, however, this is precisely the challenge.
Het wordt wel in die zin
The ships are getting bigger and bigger, carrying more and more weight. This makes our work more and more difficult. We have to keep a close eye on everything that's happening around the ship.
While mooring, Martijn coordinates several different teams. The mooring workers pull in the tow ropes and moor the ship at the quay. Meanwhile, the helmsman brings the ship as close to the bank as possible.
About 4 meters astern total. Blink duw voor de 5. Stop engine.
They've done it. The Santa Clara is perfectly positioned in her berth and exactly on schedule.
You still got room at the back. 2 to 2.5 meters.
Okay, thanks.
Goed, we zijn klaar.
Very good. We're done. Another ship berthed, and the day has just begun. I'll see if there's anything else to do. If I'm still needed, I'll go straight to the next ship. But if there's no work at the moment, I get to sleep.
Dan word ik naar huis gestuurd en dan gaan we lekker slapen.
At the harbor entrance, on the other hand, taking a break is out of the question. 8:15. In the port's observation post, traffic pilots track every single ship sailing around the hub. Only 30 of the 80 giant freighters have arrived so far. Without these pilots, Europe's largest port would quickly lose track and control of its traffic. It's a job that requires great concentration. Every 3 hours, it's time for a shift change. René de Werke takes over the radio from his colleague.
We need a tugboat to head north, and we'll send the Rita to another berth.
Rita, this is Maas entrance, over.
René monitors the port's North Sea entrance. It's rush hour here, and it lasts almost the whole day. Every year, more than 130,000 ships call at Europe's largest seaport. Container ships, inland ships, and cruise ships, a total of 350 a day.
Marsland, the Friendship 2.
Friendship 2, Marsland here.
We're coming in from the Meuse and are sailing along the barrage side.
Friendship 2, Marsland sector here. When you come out onto the sea, you're going to pass a traffic control point. Plunks for Marsland sector, over. Plunks, you'll see an outbound transport ship at the bow. Keep your course.
René directs the course of the ships to help them avoid traffic jams and collisions. He has to plan ahead, because the only way for ships to slow down is to ease off the gas. Once 2 freighters are on a collision course, it may be too late.
The seagoing vessels will report to Channel 3 when they enter my sector. Then I see all the information here. The destination, the draft, origin, cargo, whether the ship needs a tugboat, and the schedule. In other words, whether it needs to be in a certain place at a certain point in time.
Coordinating the giant ships is crucial. Some of them are almost half a kilometer long, and with a draft of up to 24 meters.
Maintain contact when crossing. Hold your course, follow the lifeboat. We have to imagine we're standing on the ship's bridge ourselves. A collision is obviously the worst thing that can happen. If we react too late, it can have serious consequences.
10:39 a.m. Port Patrol monitors the industrial sector. Here, the port handles over 80 million tons of dry bulk cargo each year. In an emergency, the patrol is both a lifeboat and a fire brigade.
We're the harbor's eyes and ears. You never know what could happen. A boat could sink or something could catch fire. Two ships could collide and there could be casualties. You can't predict it. We have to react with lightning speed.
8 ships are on patrol around the clock in Rotterdam. For the port, the most important selling point after efficiency is safety. And it is not so easy to have everything under control at all times in Europe's largest port.
See anything?
I think there are divers in the water.
I don't see anything else.
The system says that the platform will be moved soon. They're getting new tow ropes.
All right. It looks like that's okay. We'll come back again when it leaves. Let's look at the ships in the terminal.
Around 80 large ocean-going vessels dock in Rotterdam every day. They not only bring containers to Europe, but also iron ore, coal, scrap, and hazardous materials. That is why 37 inspectors check the hazardous materials on site at the port each day. "12:20 p.m. The next inspection. Whenever a ship moors containing toxic or flammable substances, safety personnel must first check the cargo. Hubert de Vries is a cargo inspector at Rotterdam Port.
This here is one of the largest container ships in the world, with space for about 20,000 containers, many of which contain hazardous substances.
With such gigantic vessels, Hubert only manages up to 4 inspections a day.
Hi. Welcome in Rotterdam. Nice to meet you. Hi. I'm the Aero Cargo Inspector. Please, I want to see the officer on duty.
The inspector checks toxic, corrosive, and flammable goods, such as chemicals, paints, and pesticides. He makes sure these containers are storing everything correctly. If he detects a risk, this means not only a danger for the ship, but also for the terminal and the entire port. If a fire breaks out during unloading, it could spread quickly.
Let's assume the container is not where it's supposed to be, but next to a second container of hazardous materials instead. In the event of high waves or fire, the 2 dangerous substances could come into contact with each other. The chemical reaction could be catastrophic.
Hubert has been keeping Rotterdam safe for 8 years now. The port has become his second home and a source of great pride.
Sometimes things are difficult to put into words, like the universe, for example. You can't really explain how it works. But I do know one thing. Tens of thousands of people work here, all with a common passion, to make sure everything runs as it should. And together, we make that miracle happen.
The universe of the Port of Rotterdam. Located within its vastness, you will find 6 deep-sea terminals. They are among the most modern in the world. And they also make Rotterdam the largest port in Europe. The gigantic hub relies on automated loading processes and transshipment vehicles. The operator ECT opened the world's first automated terminal here all the way back in 1993. Electric, efficient. Control lies in the hands of an intelligent computer system. It improves the safety of work at the terminal. And it only requires a handful of people on the premises to operate it. As a comparison, it used to require the work of hundreds. The new system makes loading much smoother. This is good for the ships, who all want to leave for the next port on time. Supervisor André de Melke set up 2 of the automated terminals in Rotterdam, and he knows not to underestimate his achievement.
The ships keep getting bigger and they transport more and more goods. Meanwhile, the time allotted for loading and unloading is getting shorter and shorter. The goal is more containers per hour. We can do that here with automation.
The terminal is divided into 4 zones. Zone 1, ship loading and unloading. The majority of this process is performed automatically. The only human being involved sits in the crane itself. Zone 2, self-driving transporters, which assist the cranes. They receive the cargo or deliver new containers for loading. In Zone 3, remote-controlled cranes traveling on rails stack the containers. And Supply Zone 4 for onward transportation, by truck, for example. It is the automated vehicles in particular that are the secret of this terminal's success. They were invented in Rotterdam and are now gaining ground at more and more ports around the world. They save on personnel costs and time. Around 100 self-driving transport vehicles supply the cranes or move the containers from A to B, all by themselves.
I am still fascinated when I stand up here and see how many containers pass through here in 1 week.
The terminal operating system calculates the perfect location for a container in real time. The important factors for the vehicles are distance to ship, driving distance, travel time, and energy consumption.
We use a point system. There is always an ideal place, a better place and a worse place. The system searches for the location with the lowest number of points and places the container there.
1:41 p.m. The vehicles are currently helping to load another ship. They keep a constant supply of containers coming for the key crane. But for the moment, it is still a human being who has the final say.
I have to concentrate very carefully and check which container belongs where. And make sure it's not damaged. Otherwise, we'll have damage to the ship later.
Justin is one of only 2 people who work on this crane. He passes on the information about each container to the operator at the top.
Next one's in number 3.
Thank you.
The ultimate goal, full automation. But for now, crane operator Guido is still faster than any computer system.
Right now I'm loading one of the cargo holds. The one in the middle is almost full.
Crane operator Guido and container inspector Justin coordinate the destination of each individual container at maximum speed.
Okay, Guido. The next one goes into number 1.
Okay, thank you. If I'm not totally focused, there could be an accident, and we don't want that.
The terminals in Rotterdam load 13.7 million of what are known as TEU containers every year. If they're too slow, the schedule is thrown off completely.
The whole process is fascinating. Loading and unloading containers, the great heights, the teamwork. Each piece completes the puzzle. It's important that the ships leave on time and that nobody gets hurt and everybody goes home well at the end of the day.
Most of the goods reach Rotterdam from Southeast Asia, and also the exports go mainly to this region. But the Port of Rotterdam offers much more than just loading and unloading. Countless companies carry out work on the ships while they are moored here. From inspections to repairs to a new paint job. One container ship needs a very special service at the APM terminal. 2:10 p.m. In Rotterdam, a team has specialized in a very difficult and dangerous job at the port, an express pit stop while loading. Today's mission is to inspect the propeller and, if necessary, repair it. And they'll do it all underwater and under time pressure. After all, the container ship needs to depart again soon. One of the most important tools for this challenge, a high-tech diving helmet. Everything okay?
What?
Is it good?
He's checking the sound. What?
Does the light work?
The light works. Camera?
It's fine.
Okay.
The team never knows how extensive the repairs will ultimately be. The spectrum ranges from simple rust treatment to underwater welding.
Depends on where we have to dive. I might have to cut steel underwater, which can sometimes be difficult. The most important thing is to remain calm.
24-year-old Tom is getting ready below deck.
The first thing is the suit. For me, it feels just like a normal overall. Like the way any mechanic puts on his work clothes.
Tom is wearing a dry suit. He can pump air into it while diving, and thus work almost weightlessly underwater. First on the list, a test jump to see if the suit is airtight.
The challenge with this job is that I have to dive into the propeller mount. That's the only way I can make sure everything is all right down there. We don't know what the situation is underwater, so I'm going to take a look.
As soon as Tom has the helmet on, things should proceed quickly. On land, the equipment is extremely heavy. The weight of the helmet alone, 13 kilos. His colleagues check all connections one last time.
Closed, closed, on, be closed, open, open, tight.
Checking the propeller is usually a routine job, but Tom did not anticipate the enormous extent of the damage underwater. In the meantime, loading continues at the terminal. With 140 million tons of container goods entering the port each year, unwanted cargo also gets through. Around 9,000 kilos of drugs in 2016. Europol estimates that half of all cocaine circulating in Europe is smuggled through Rotterdam. Suspicious containers are a case for customs. 650 officers are on duty in the port of Rotterdam every day. One of them is Fred, whose surname we are not allowed to disclose for security reasons. Specifically speaking, he's a dog handler, due to the extreme quantities they have to deal with. It's been ages since customs officials have used a dog to search each container individually. The agency has upgraded.
The volume in the port keeps increasing. 10% more containers than last year. This is a reliable way to check the containers quickly. We suck the air out and then take it to the dogs.
Fred collects air samples now for his tracking dog to check later. For the dogs, the air from a single jar is enough to check the contents of the entire container. Fred doesn't even have to open the containers. The procedure saves valuable time in the fight against drug trafficking.
I want to do my best to help prevent the import of narcotics into the Netherlands and Europe. That's why I do this job.
3:18 p.m. At Rotterdam Port's custom headquarters, Fred's colleague prepares the jar carousel. This will allow the dog to check 17 containers at once later on.
I've set up all the air samples. Now I add a special sample to test the dog. The jar contains the smell of cocaine. We do this so that the dog stays motivated and always finds something. I'll change this and write down here that number 16 is cocaine. The dog should recognize it immediately.
At the same time, the port patrol team is searching for any gaps in the security system, especially in the terminal sector for the giant freighters. Because more mass equals more risk. Their destination? The tankers.
That's got to be 400 meters.
Pack tight.
Are the tow ropes taut?
Yes.
All 6 are in good condition.
Everything's fine. 21 meters wide?
21 wide, 59 high.
What a ship.
Brand new.
Hey, they're filling up over there.
That boat back there?
Should we check it?
Yeah, sure.
Marcel, you go.
To the second one.
Yes.
Many container ships use the stop in Rotterdam to fill up with fuel. The mobile tankers dock next to the giant container ships and supply them with heavy fuel oil.
If we didn't check them, the port wouldn't be safe. If it wasn't for us, everyone could do whatever they wanted.
The last check on this tanker was 3 months ago. High time for a new one, as heavy fuel oil is a major environmental risk.
Shall we go?
Yes, we'll check everything. Fire extinguishers, connections, the whole checklist.
The skipper's at the wheel, so we'll go and talk to him first.
Okay, let's go.
On board the ship, the two men pay closest attention to the oil lines and fire protection equipment.
Okay, the fire extinguishers are here.
The ship appears to be fine.
I told you everything was fine. We don't want any trouble.
But thanks all the same.
Prevention and inspections, indispensable in Europe's largest port.
The inspection was good. You can tell we're effective. If we check the ships regularly, the skippers will follow the rules.
Last year, there was only one major oil spill in Rotterdam, partly thanks to vigilant patrolling.
Every day at the port is different. Our work here is very dynamic. Right now it's pretty quiet, but all of a sudden you can have a lot to do. Then we have to take care so that everything goes off safely. Here in Rotterdam, there's a bit of everything.
Their shift continues into the night, which is getting closer. 4:23 p.m. Repair divers at the terminal have to hurry. The ship wants to leave as soon as possible. In the meantime, diver Tom has advanced to the mount for the ship's propeller. Underwater, the actual condition of the freighter becomes clear.
This bolt is loose. Second bolt tightened. The third bolt is loose. Fourth bolt is loose.
Loose, yes. And a lot of things loose.
Is also on.
To assess the full extent of the damage, Tom dives even deeper under the ship. The longer he is underwater, and the further away from the dive boat, the more dangerous his job becomes.
We have a second dive set ready back there, in case I can't pull him out of the water from here. Then I change quickly and dive in behind him. Then I have to get him as fast as possible.
On the dive boat, their colleague Eric records everything on video.
You can see here on between 2 and 3 o'clock the oil leakage starts.
Yeah, we have a clear view, Tom.
As you see here, still coming some oil out.
The ship operator is visibly shocked. The damage is much greater than expected, and the divers can't seem to seal the leak. The worst of the worst-case scenarios. Tom stays underwater just to tighten the screws a bit. The freighter needs to dock.
The ship is losing 3 to 5 liters of oil an hour. That's a serious leak. But at least we've discovered the problem, and the shipping company can have it repaired.
Tom has fulfilled his mission, albeit with a different result than he had hoped for. Without his inspection, the container ship would be a ticking time bomb, and a danger both in port and at sea.
I'm glad we found the leak. Now we're going to see whether there are any other repairs that we can do for the shipping company.
Dan gaan we eerst eens even overleggen en tot zien we wel.
With so many different ships, it is impossible to have every conceivable spare part in stock. So far. Upstream, the port of Rotterdam is working on precisely this problem, not to mention other ones. RDM, an incubator for startups. In an old shipyard hangar, the Port of Rotterdam offers young companies the chance to make their breakthrough. They develop prototypes for the maritime industry. One company has already achieved success. Ram Lab prints spare parts for ships on demand, directly at the port using a 3D printer.
When we make parts, normally when we cast them, they have large lead times, so it can take up to 6 months to a year to get your part, somewhere from China or somewhere else in the world. You often have to order more than one. If you need one, you have to order 10 at least or more, which means that we have a lot of warehousing costs.
The solution? A 3D printer that prints metal. While casting a propeller takes several weeks or even months, it can be printed in just a few days. And printing with metal wire is even cheaper. With new ideas like this, the Port of Rotterdam is looking to become the world's most innovative harbor. This young company's greatest success so far is the world's first printed propeller. Weighing in at 400 kilos and with a diameter of 1.3 meters. The team is now planning for the next parts, such as suspensions for cranes.
We can operate very fast in a very small team. And we achieved this propeller, for instance, from ID to actual certified propeller on a ship within 7 months. It would be unthinkable a few years back because you wouldn't have the tools, you wouldn't have the digital software, the digital power to make it. So it's very cool to be alive in this day and age.
Rotterdam is on its way to becoming a smart port. At customs, Fred and his 10-month-old tracking dog are on their way to the jar carousel. Max will check the air samples from 17 containers, all at the same time. Rotterdam's largest discovery to date, 4,600 kilos of cocaine in a single container.
Slow down, Max. Take it easy, easy.
Max is one of 30 sniffer dogs at Port Customs, and he's specially trained to recognize the scent of cocaine. It is the most smuggled drug.
Max, sit.
Max is still in training. Fred educates him like any dog, in quite an unspectacular manner, with a little stick.
The challenge for the dog is to identify the right jar. If he finds it, he gets rewarded with a toy. The dog will do anything to get it, and I play with him afterwards. He's happy that he did something good for his master. Number 16.
Max found the control sample in less than 5 seconds.
Well done. Bravo, good boy.
Just to be on the safe side, a second dog checks the container cargo. The goods cannot continue to be loaded unless he delivers the same answer. The result? Identical. The dog confirms Max's sniff check.
We have a negative result. None of the dogs found anything in the containers. This shows us that the goods can be released and that no further investigation has to take place.
For the hub, the OK means the terminals can continue to load without further delay. The ships gradually leave the quays and make room for new deliveries. They have different journeys ahead. Some of the goods will travel on through Europe by inland waterway. Other containers travel from Rotterdam by train. And others on trucks. Here at the truck loading station, they're still very busy, even as night draws in. 6:37 p.m. From the command center, a handful of employees monitor the entire terminal and manage the loading process. For the truck drivers who transport the goods from Rotterdam, only a chip card is required. The system uses it to automatically locate their containers from out of the stacks. Ideally, it only takes a few minutes to load one.
Hello?
Loading.
Great, I'm ready.
Terminal workers operate the rail cranes using a joystick. This is how they load the trucks. The containers have already been sorted by the robots. Only the last step, setting it down on the truck, is still done by hand.
Locked in?
Yes.
I'm letting it go. Okay, thank you.
The world's first automated terminal. Years of work for Supervisor André de Melka, and a source of great pride.
In the beginning, it was a big mess, and I thought, I'll never make it. But with hard work, we have continued to increase productivity, and the terminal has gotten better and better. The result is fantastic, and I'm incredibly proud that we were able to do it here in Rotterdam.
Rotterdam has left all the other ports on the continent in its wake to become Europe's gateway to the world. The port is #1 in every category: containers, dry cargo, and liquid cargo. The 180,000 people at this giant hub work together to fulfill a dream they all have in common: to perfect the Port of Rotterdam a little more each day by promoting innovation, precision, and not least of all, passion. Tokyo Shinjuku Station, the world's busiest, with over 3 million passengers flocking to the tracks here on a daily basis. This calls for maximum precision from the entire staff.
Let's synchronize our watches.
This is a station that never sleeps, be it day or night. Every hour is rush hour here.
We have only 3 hours. We have to work high speed.
The logistics behind this vast station require minute-by-minute precision and constant control in absolutely every situation.
Here we detect everything, 24 hours a day.
5 separate train lines, almost 3,000 passengers per minute, trains arriving every second. We'll find out just how the teams at the world's busiest station overcome these challenges, now on Giant Hubs. With 36 million inhabitants, Tokyo is the largest city in the world. Around 25% of them live right in the heart of the city. On top of that, there are 11 million commuters, visitors, and tourists. Coordinating this mass of people is a daily challenge. Japan is home to 24,000 kilometers of railway tracks. A third of these are located in Tokyo alone. Most of the tracks lead to one specific place, Shinjuku Station. It gets its name from the district where it is located. The station stretches through the neighborhood and is 1 kilometer long, right in the heart of Tokyo. The Giant Hub is a complex network of various train, subway, and bus lines. Shinjuku Station is built over 5 main levels and has 20 platforms in total. These platforms welcome trains from 5 different railway companies, all at the same time. On top of that, 3 subway lines link Shinjuku Station to Tokyo's public transport system. Its bus terminal handles 1,600 nationwide long-distance lines. Shinjuku Station is a city within the city, including stores, offices, and places to eat. It's early in the morning. The giant hub's 200 doors gradually open between the hours of 4:15 and 7 a.m. Commuters, passengers to the airport, and revelers heading home for the night are already waiting for the first train at 4:30 in the morning. Then, at 5:10, the door to the station's busiest platforms starts to rise. This signals the start of the morning rush hour, and it won't stop until much later tonight. More and more passengers stream into Shinjuku. As the doors start to open, so too do the stores inside the station's entrance. Cafes, kiosks, small breakfast bars. They're all preparing for the oncoming rush. Just like every other day, today they're expecting 3.6 million train travelers. That's roughly equivalent to the population of Los Angeles. It's time to go. Now, an average of over 200,000 people an hour will make their way through the kilometers of walkways between the bus station, subway lines, and train platforms. The halls and walkways of the world's busiest train station remain packed from now until nightfall. Getting from one end of the station to the other takes 45 minutes by foot, and that's the most direct route. 7:24 a.m. The morning rush requires a logistics process that is perfectly in sync and practically invisible to the passengers. Like Satoshi Kuwana, for instance. He heads to the giant hub of Shinjuku Station at this time almost every day.
The station is very big and important for me and a lot of people. I have to use it every day. And it is my favorite station in Tokyo.
Satoshi Kuwana has come to appreciate all the amenities that Shinjuku Station has to offer. And that's despite the fact that the station is in the midst of full chaos at the moment. His first destination is the locker area, which is freely accessible to all passengers. Satoshi Kuwana tucks his backpack away into one of the many lockers. These lockers aren't just a saving grace for tourists laden with luggage. They're crucial for locals, too. And that's no surprise. On average, Japanese employees work almost 4 hours of overtime a day. And then they have to go to after-work team building events, known as nomikai. The lines between work and free time are blurred. So many Japanese people use the giant hub's centrally located lockers to store their non-work clothes. As it is traditional in Japan, service is given top priority, also at Shinjuku Station. Even in the ticketing system, Satoshi Kuwana holds a ticket that can be topped up at any time.
You can charge this card and travel with it with many lines. For example, the Keio line, the Odakyu line, and all the JR lines. It's very easy. You just need to touch the card at the entrance and you can use every train. Otherwise, it would be very difficult.
A single ticket for every line. As a result, all passengers are able to use the station with ease and without any unnecessary wait times, no matter how complex the railway system is. And there is no shortage of options. The giant hub is used by no less than 5 different railway companies. The largest of them is JR East. Then there are Odakyu, Keio, Tokyo Metro, and Toei Subway. With 16 lines, JR East alone transports 1.5 million passengers a day. That is the equivalent of 80% of all railway traffic in the city. Passengers only have to replace their electronic tickets every 10 years. This is an essential factor when it comes to tackling the huge number of visitors who flock to the world's busiest train station every day. Another key factor is learning from past mistakes. For a long time, never-ending queues at ticket stands and permanently stressed-out staff resulted in a whole lot of chaos. Until a major update in 2012 introduced standardized chip cards for Tokyo's entire public transport network. Although the ticketing system has remained hassle-free since then, passengers at Shinjuku Station still have to conquer one major challenge: finding their way around.
I use this station every day, and that's why I know my way around. But for people who don't know Shinjuku, it can be confusing. In that case, they should be aware of the signs to see which way to take. They show you the direction, for example, to Odakyu or JR.
In the worst-case scenario, a single wrong turn could cost you several kilometers in detours. That's why the signs follow a sophisticated yet complex system. To start with, the main train lines are color-coded. For instance, green stands for the Yamanote line and leads to platforms 14 and 15. Then come the letters and numbers. These point out the routes to the various entrances and exits. In addition to the main southern, eastern, and western entrances, there are dozens of other ways in. It's all pretty confusing to begin with. Getting to the right place in Shinjuku Station is a particularly big problem for tourists and unexperienced visitors. Every day, the station's Twitter account is inundated with complaints from passengers, simply because they were unable to find their platform. The magnitude of the giant hub is quite hard to get your head around. A total of 200 different entrances and exits stretch across a distance of around 1 kilometer. And Shinjuku Station is growing all the time. Architect Keisuke Tamura has been analyzing Shinjuku Station for years. He and his university students are monitoring the station's ongoing growth. He has even gone as far as creating his own 3D model for identifying the problems this causes.
First of all, there are many maintenance works all the time. New shops, new routes, and therefore the look of the station is changing, and people get lost. Especially people that usually follow their memory. They get lost because they don't look at the signs.
There is always construction work going on, and it never stops. That's typical for the busiest station in the world, particularly during the period known as the Golden 60s. During this era, the Japanese economy grew at rocket speed, as did its logistical hubs and junctions.
Shinjuku was built on a plain territory, so they were able to build parallel tracks. They started building one platform, and then they added many more. But the train business became bigger, and there was not enough space in Shinjuku area. That's why they started developing the underground tracks, and it went down to 7 floors. This is a major characteristic of Shinjuku Station.
It took decades for Shinjuku to become as important as it is today. When the station opened in 1885, the area was still a quiet residential neighborhood. Expansion took place in stages. The district did not become Tokyo's financial and administrative center until after the Second World War. All of a sudden, the station became the city's most important junction. The most amazing thing? Its facade is almost invisible, despite the station's vast proportions. Completely the opposite of the magnificent stations you find elsewhere. The station practically disappears amongst the surrounding shopping centers. And this is yet another traditional feature of Japanese culture. Functionality and efficiency always come first. Another obstacle to finding your way around. Despite all the modernity, many of the signs are only in Japanese. English isn't particularly widespread in Japan, even now. However, the mega station is working hard to resolve this problem. Information desks may be a common feature at lots of major train stations, but they are crucial in Shinjuku. They are located at each of the main entrances. Additionally, innumerable field workers spread out over the whole station. One of the employees providing assistance minute after minute is Yoshi Kawasawa. He helps people to get to their destinations, while also breaking up crowds and congestion throughout the station's never-ending rush hour. Lost passengers keep him and his colleagues busy all day long.
When I started working here, I was shocked because so many people were coming to look for help. I was asked many different kinds of questions. That's a big challenge.
Yoshi Karasawa's job is to let passengers know that the station is there for them. For employees, the huge station's customer-friendly image is more or less sacred.
I always need to be visible like this, so people know they can ask me questions. Also, this sign on my arm. I need to wear it at all times.
On some days, Yoshi Karasawa deals with up to 20 different nationalities. His goal is to provide them all with information in their native language. Despite his best efforts, however, he sometimes needs a helping hand. His tablet translates questions and answers at top speed. When it comes to finding his own way around, Yoshi Karasawa has to know the station's routes like the back of his own hand.
Platform down and straight, and one more down, two down, the west gate outside, and one more down, three down, yes, yes. Hi.
Service staff and advisors. In the world's busiest station, this is a calling that takes a lot of passion.
When a customer says thank you to me, that's my biggest reward. I feel like working even harder then.
Even experienced locals often place more faith in Yoshi Karasawa's specialist knowledge than their own sense of direction.
I want to go to Asakusa Station. Which way should I take?
Take the Chuo line on track 8 and step over at Kande Station.
Thank you.
Dutiful, friendly, efficient. Most people are familiar with these Japanese cliches. In Shinjuku Station, they are a reality.
Many people ask the service staff because it is so much easier than looking by yourself. They always know the best and fastest way.
And yet, be it with or without assistance, when passengers arrive on the platform, they expect to experience one thing above all else: punctuality. Just like at every other station in the world. The average delay for the station's largest train line, JR, is an incredible 0.4 minutes. If a train is delayed by 5 minutes or more, the conductor apologizes over the loudspeaker. Maximum courtesy guaranteed. Prompt and precise. A reputation that railway staff aren't willing to jeopardize any time in the future, either. Discipline means pride and honor, even for the newest employees. That's why they carefully repeat the most important rules of their job every single morning.
If there is a foreign-looking customer at the station, looking around and looking lost, how do you behave?
I will ask, to see if I can help.
Newcomer Kota Ino's dream is to become a train driver one day. To get promoted to the cab, trainees have to graduate from a strict school and also learn what matters most: happy customers.
Okay, the seniors have the word now. Please, managers, continue.
A smile for our customers.
A smile for our customers.
Let's synchronize our watches. Okay, that's it. Let's go to work.
Kota Ino's job today is to supervise the platform. It's a job with a great deal of responsibility. The number one rule here is keep the tracks clear and the platform under control. And to do this, Kota Ino follows strict Japanese rules at all times.
Back at the train? Okay. Tracks? Okay.
A system that seems to work in Japan. Even Tokyo's largest railway company gets away with fewer than 200 accidents a year. The station's most important line alone invests over 1.8 billion euros a year in safety. The goal? To reduce the number of accidents involving passengers to zero in the future. It's an ambitious plan, and Kota Ino is proud to be a part of it.
In order to avoid mistakes, I use my fingers, so I'm much more aware. Time? Okay. Departure? Okay.
Kota Ino performs his duties to the fullest, regardless of whether there are 2 or 200 passengers on the platform.
One time a customer fell on the track. Luckily, I saw it. For situations like that, it is very helpful that I check everything carefully. That's why we have to be very strict with our procedures.
Accidents that don't involve passengers. Trains that don't run late. Absolute perfection. However, Kota Ino is not the only one fighting this battle. When it comes to safety, the world's busiest station also relies on an above-average number of surveillance cameras. And all their images are compiled here, in the station manager's control room. He and his team watch every second of what's going on in the station. As the station master, Hidehiko Moriyama bears more responsibility than most.
I manage the whole station. Therefore, I have to coordinate with all the other stations in the surrounding areas. As Shinjuku Station is a district station, I have to match up the schedule of all the other stations. My job consists of 3 main things. I have to make sure that everything is safe, that the trains are running on time, and that everybody of the 380 staff members of the station is working well together all year long.
One major problem. The area surrounding Shinjuku is also home to other stations, like Yoyogi Station, located a mere 800 meters away. Balancing out delays between there and here is an impossible feat. That's why the stations liaise closely to keep their schedules in sync. This allows them to keep both delays and accidents to a minimum, no matter what the circumstances.
We are checking for unusual things. For example, if a customer is injured or something suspicious is happening in the station area. If needed, we get all the information about it and act on it. Even if I am not here, they operate 24 hours in this room.
Hidehiko Moriyama and his team are the eyes and ears of the entire station. Despite the giant hub's vast size, cutting-edge technology allows them to keep an eye on everything from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, there's a lot going on inside the station itself. The shops are now especially busy. Sales are already in full swing. At peak times, around 200 customers visit every store. Japan's private railway companies use their property for a range of purposes. Above their stations, they build things like shopping centers, office blocks, travel agencies, and supermarkets. The whole area in and around Shinjuku Station is a money-making machine. To make sure everything runs as smoothly as possible, everything in the giant hub is tailored towards maximum customer friendliness. Passengers like Satoshi Kuwana can even pay using their train tickets. After all, this giant hub is a lot more than just a station. There is one name that most locals couldn't imagine Shinjuku without: Lunchbox Place, located directly en route to the platforms. Many travelers make a pit stop here before continuing their journeys. Things seem to be pretty peaceful for now. However, longtime employee Hazuki Yamadira is well aware that this is just the calm before the storm.
Soon it will be very crowded because a popular train leaves. Then a lot of people will come. Therefore, we need many lunch boxes. We all have to work together in a team in order to manage the workload.
Every day, the kitchen worker prepares fish and vegetables just before the first throng of visitors is due to arrive. On a good day, 2,500 boxes pass over the counter here. The Japanese believe strongly in the importance of fresh food, even when they're traveling. Spices and oil are used sparingly. The intrinsic taste is what matters to customers. Passenger Satoshi Kuwana regularly picks up a lunchbox. This traditional Japanese bento box contains rice as the basic ingredient, plus various vegetable, meat, or fish toppings. Depending on what option you go for, each portion costs between 4 and 8 euros. Before Satoshi Kuwana reaches the platform area, he has to pass through one of the 104 fully automated control gates, which 3.6 million other travelers also pass through every day. At this moment, Shinjuku Station alone contains the same number of travelers as the total people who use the entire London Underground network in one day. And yet, there's not a single trace of chaos.
Everybody is lining up correctly. Right now we have the rush hour, but because everybody is following the rules and stands on the right line, it doesn't seem like it is very crowded.
That goes for every platform and every train, be it an overground or underground service. The most important tool for getting your bearings: floor markings. Every train stops at a precise point. Passengers wait patiently here, forming lines just out of the way from where the doors will open. Thanks to the Japanese tendency to follow rules, the flow of passengers remains constant. Passengers even get on and off the train at the same time. The doors open and close automatically within a set time window. With this system, it takes less than a minute for passengers to get in and out. And this is what allows the train to depart exactly on time, right down to the last second. This wasn't always the case. For a long time, Shinjuku Station was famous for their pushers, people who helped to preserve the schedule. Their job was to squash the last few passengers into the train carriage. There was no sign of the civilized boarding process in place today. Nowadays, the train staff on the platform look after the finer details. They keep watch over the platforms and always have a kind word for their passengers.
Welcome to Shinjuku Station. Thank you for traveling with us. Please don't leave anything behind.
Japanese travelers appreciate all their hard work. Around 80% of Tokyo's citizens use public transport. And there's another reason for this trend. Tokyo is vast and has almost no parking spaces. Its complex and heavily overloaded public transport network, therefore, has to work seamlessly at all times, no matter what the circumstances. And it has to do all this in a country where earthquakes are a common occurrence. Japan had to learn the hard way what happens when the public transport system literally collapses. The memories of tragedies like the Kobe earthquake in January 1995 are never likely to fade. The earthquake, which registered 7 on the Richter scale, paralyzed the entire infrastructure. Over 6,000 people lost their lives. In Tokyo, people live in constant fear of another major earthquake. According to the experts, there is a 70% chance of a quake of this magnitude occurring in the next 30 years. Were it to happen during rush hour, an incident like this could claim tens of thousands of lives. To make sure they are as prepared as possible, scientists are working on ways to eliminate weak points. At the Railway Technical Research Institute, Yoshitaka Morono and his team conduct research for giant hubs like Shinjuku Station. Their mission is to find the most effective ways for the infrastructure to withstand another earthquake.
Here we detect which structures will be damaged the most, and we offer that information to the stations. After the earthquake has happened, we have developed an information system that tells the train companies via internet within 5 to 10 minutes how big was the tremor in each area, so it gives them an idea how to react to it.
Employees at the Research Institute have been working hard for years to keep the effects of a disaster as small as possible. Using large-scale experiments, they find out how the track constructions will respond to quakes of varying severity. Their knowledge helps the railway companies to equip themselves for specific scenarios and increase the load capacity of their constructions. Sturdy columns and the best materials possible are designed to stop the country from collapsing, should worse come to worst. The Institute also provides all the country's stations with immediate updates on all tectonic movements. The stations suspend operations as soon as there is a threat of a dangerous earthquake.
It was a big success when we heard about the latest earthquakes in Kumamoto and Tohoku. There were no big damages in the main structures, and it was because of our calculations.
Shinjuku Station has also adjusted the mountings on its tracks to make sure it is equipped for any eventuality. Behind the scenes in the world's busiest station, employees put their all into making sure that traffic keeps flowing. Passengers like Satoshi Kuwana have come to rely on this. Anything that can be planned should run like clockwork, thanks to traditional Japanese discipline. One thing that cannot be planned, something referred to as passenger accidents. Japan has the highest suicide rate in the world, an average of 24,000 a year. According to the latest figures, 700 of these deaths occur in train stations alone. That means that, on average, there are almost 2 suicide attempts a day. From the perspective of a giant hub like Shinjuku Station, incidents like this don't just result in tragedy. They also mean delays, cancellations, chaos, and image problems. The only way to prevent something like this is to stay alert. As well as surveillance cameras, the station is also equipped with countless emergency call buttons. As a result, passengers and employees often spot people acting conspicuously in time, preventing the worst before it can happen. Another effective tool, placing barriers in front of the tracks. Be it intentionally or accidentally, no passenger will ever fall onto the rails with these in the way. The barriers only open when a train has come to a stop. And yet, despite all of these technical precautions, staff vigilance is always the most important weapon. To make sure all workers do their bit, longtime employees like Fumio Taguchi review newcomers on a regular basis. Rail staff at the giant hub are subject to strict checks around the clock.
I work at Seibu Railways since 35 years already, and I have been experiencing all the main jobs here, like station staff, office staff, and so on. The main concern in every position is always security. In order to make sure that all the customers get on the train safely, we check various security issues. For example, if there is something strange on the tracks. So every part of our job is important to keep the whole station safe.
Trainee Kota Ino has to be ready for a surprise visit from his higher-ranking colleague at any time.
Thank you for your hard work. Anything unusual to report?
No.
Are you following the instructions?
Yes.
Your uniform is okay as well. Well done.
Fumio Taguchi is happy with Kota Ino's work. His checks help to ensure that no employee deviates from the standardized procedures. Another typical feature of Japanese working culture. Rules are the most valuable asset. At this station, meticulous adherence to certain protocols is just one of the factors that guarantees that public transport remains on time and functional.
Was all okay?
Yes.
Okay, please drive to Kamishakuji.
Okay.
Anyone working for Japan's most famous station cannot afford to make any mistakes, especially when they deal with over 1 billion passengers a year.
During 1 hour, about 25 trains pass one track. So really, a lot of trains are coming in and out. In order to deliver a safe and balanced schedule in that kind of situation, it is necessary to do perfect work. I make sure of that because it is so important that the employees continue performing in a very precise way.
The station's minute-by-minute train schedule will only work if each cog is working perfectly. (8:14 a.m.) Passenger Satoshi Kuwana's train is also 100% on time. Travelers like him have no idea how much effort is put in behind the scenes. And that's exactly the way it should be. Trains and other transport services arrive at and depart from Shinjuku Station 21 hours a day. 20 past 7 is the day's last big rush. Trains are now spitting out up to 500 passengers every second. To tackle this volume, station staff work round the clock in 3 separate shifts. Directions, small-scale construction work, safety precautions. There is always something to do in all areas of the giant hub. Even though concentration often tends to drop off towards the end of a shift, the machinery of Shinjuku Station will not work properly unless each individual department gives it their all at all times. Just before 8, the day slowly draws to an end. And the party hotspot of the Shinjuku district really starts to buzz. The bright lights of the countless bars, clubs, and restaurants draw in tourists and visitors looking for a good night out. At almost any time of day or night, up to 1 million people are on the move in this neighborhood, which covers just 18 square kilometers. As a result, things are still bustling in the station too. Most of the shopping hubs close at around 10 p.m. Lunchbox employee Hazuki Yamadira has just about survived the evening rush hour. Today, she sold 1,300 bento boxes. That's 7,000 euros of revenue in a single day.
When the customers are gone, I feel really relieved. It is very exhausting, but at the same time, I'm glad that everybody got a good meal for their journey.
While the day is almost over for some, another team is just about to start its shift. 170 members of the cleaning team are on duty around the clock. However, the most important part of their work happens at night. In typical Japanese style, the team boosts its motivation with a chant.
Be nice to colleagues and avoid disasters.
Be nice to colleagues and avoid disasters.
Thank you for today.
The cleaning squad works in small teams of up to 10 people. 31-year-old Yoshimune Kobayashi has been doing the job for 7 years and is now a team leader. The team leaders split up the work between themselves and distribute jobs within their teams.
What is your schedule for today?
Today, we have a group of cleaners going to do the middle square and corridor.
Okay, I will meet you later.
The team is preparing for the moment when the final guest leaves the station. Then it's time to clean the windows and platforms. Even the last piece of chewing gum stuck to the floor has to go. The giant hub gets a thorough cleaning every single day.
Between the last train in the evening and the first train in the morning, we only have 3 hours, so we need to work high speed.
1:23 in the morning. The doors to the world's busiest station are closing. It's time to go. When the trains have stopped rolling into the station, the platforms look a bit like ghost towns. The surveillance cameras stop recording the crowds of passengers. It's time to start work on all the jobs that the public never notices. For Yoshimune Kobayashi, the night begins with one of his favorite jobs. Recently, the cleaning squad gained a new member to help them clean the huge station area. A brand new robotic cleaner. The robot has saved the station's entire floor plan and works autonomously.
In order to always have the newest cleaning system, we have imported this machine. It's the only one of its kind in the whole country. We are very proud of it, and it is my best friend.
Really? Who wouldn't want a robotic cleaner as their best friend? At night, everything happens at the same time. The teams work against the clock. After all, the window in which there are no passengers or trains on the tracks is a mere 3 hours long. Repairs and work on the tracks must not disrupt train, subway, or bus operations under any circumstances. This would cause too much chaos. So before the first guest arrives back at the giant hub in the morning, any sign of construction work disappears completely. It's as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Yoshimune Kobayashi and his team are adding the finishing touches. Their job today was to clean 10 platforms, several kilometers of corridor, and masses of windows. By the time he and his team head home, every last speck of dirt must be gone. Yoshimune Kobayashi is proud to have done his part to ensure yet another successful day at the world's busiest station.
I had a very good day. The station is very clean, so tomorrow the passengers can come again. That makes me happy.
The day has come to an end, and the rail staff are already waiting for the next few minutes to roll by before the doors go up, and everything starts all over again. The world's busiest station handles 3.6 million passengers a day. The only thing keeping it running is a perfectly coordinated logistics strategy, a complex system of directions, hundreds of service staff. In the station itself, hundreds of stores and lunchboxes keep the crowd smiling. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, hundreds of surveillance cameras watch over every centimeter of the station. And strictly trained staff prevent accidents and catastrophes with the utmost discipline. They share a common goal: perfectly timed trains arriving on a second-by-second basis in Shinjuku Station. What does it take to make sure millions of packages and documents are delivered on time every single day? It takes a hub, a giant hub. UPS Worldport in Louisville, Kentucky is one of the biggest logistics centers in the world. For the people working here, every second counts.
Every window that you miss is an opportunity lost.
It has its own airline, ton after ton of cargo, over 400,000 packages per hour. In short, it's a logistics colossus. Now on giant hubs. Louisville in the U.S. state of Kentucky. This city has been a transshipment point for millions of packages since 1982, day in and day out. And UPS Worldport in Louisville has been growing ever since. At the 125 dock positions, planes are constantly being loaded or unloaded. Over 2.5 million tons of cargo every year. And this figure is growing all the time. 11:30 in the morning. Lots of packages start their journeys in an interim warehouse, like here in Elizabethtown, 70 kilometers away from UPS Worldport. Lots of firms outsource the storage of their products here. Today, Hazel Check is laying the groundwork for the timely delivery of a very special package, a motorcycle gasoline tank from the brand Triumph. We are joining it as it makes its journey to Seattle, 3,000 kilometers away.
I'm gonna scan the ticket. There it went. Then we're gonna look at our ticket. On our ticket, it tells us which way to go. So we're gonna go down to aisle 300.
To save on space, an increasing number of companies are storing their products directly with logistics firms. UPS runs a number of these interim storage locations all across the U.S. The warehouse in Elizabethtown has 100,000 square meters of space.
If the package comes in and it's sealed up, we do not open it.
It's a booming market. These days, logistics start a long time before the freight is actually dispatched. In the U.S. in particular, logistics companies are locked in constant battle with one another. Deals with key accounts are especially lucrative and help to boost revenue. These interim warehouses improve customer loyalty. Companies get UPS to store their products for them. The logistics giant provides clients with storage space and, in return, often wins the delivery contract too. A win-win situation for both parties. Capacity levels depend on when the major public holidays are. However, peak periods for delivery can also occur depending on the season.
For this department, right now, it's peak season, I guess, because summer. Everybody's got their bikes.
In Seattle, the customer is hoping to hit the road on his new motorcycle by tomorrow. However, the package is still missing its most important detail: its barcode.
And it's ready to ship.
The barcode is like a life insurance policy for each and every package. Even the Triumph motorcycle tank can be clearly identified amongst all of these packages. One in the afternoon. Our parcel is leaving the warehouse in Elizabethtown. It's heading for UPS Worldport in Louisville. Over 21,000 semi-trucks are deployed all over the world. Louisville is the perfect location for a logistics hub for two main reasons. Its population is just 600,000 people. That's relatively small by American standards. However, its location is the decisive factor. Louisville is located more or less in the center of the U.S. From here, UPS packages can be sent to almost anywhere in the States within a maximum flight time of 4 hours. Another advantage, a small city only needs a small airport with few passenger services. 3.4 million passengers a year. That's quite a contrast to the 100 million or more passengers at Atlanta Airport. UPS Worldport and the International Airport share a 600-hectare site, and yet the passenger airport only takes up a fraction of the space with its mere 20 gates. In contrast, the Worldport area is huge, a good 4 times as large. In addition to the benefits of extra space, it also has access to a wealth of free takeoff and landing slots. 1:45 in the afternoon. The truck carrying our parcel arrives at UPS Worldport. Its first stop? The truck unloading dock. 2 workers manually transfer every package to the conveyor belt, and there's 2 of them for a reason. They ensure that even the heaviest packages can continue their journey. Almost anything can pass by on the conveyor belts here, even fresh fish or fruit. Our package is now under the care of Samuel Johnson and his team at the Operations Planning Control Center, OPC. Whether there's a technical defect, corrupt barcode, or delays to a delivery, the crew have to solve any problem in the blink of an eye. Samuel Johnson has been working here for over 20 years. He's the man who makes the decisions, and the man in charge of making sure Worldport's equipment runs smoothly.
OPC is responsible for making sure that the facility runs and runs well, and that no matter what minor defect we may have with equipment, that we make the appropriate ad hocs and make sure the facility is running well.
The Operations Center is the monitoring headquarters for the package conveyors at Worldport. After all, stationary conveyor belts mean one thing for UPS: lost time. And that is expensive in the logistics industry. 33,245 conveyor belts stretch over a total length of 250 kilometers, all controlled in shifts. This makes UPS Worldport the largest automated package handling facility in the world. The key to a seamless process? The barcode. 576 camera scanners are installed throughout the hall using the latest and cutting-edge technology. These scanners make sure that every package is on the right belt based on its code, and that the bins tip over at the perfect moment to make sure they get to the right place. And all this with a maximum capacity of up to 416,000 packages per hour. The employee entrance is located right at the very south of UPS Worldport. "10 at night. Time for Tyler Sawwell to start his shift. He has been working at this huge package facility since he graduated with a degree in logistics. He works 5 nights a week, starting work at a time when most people are heading off to bed.
Right now I'm headed to the shuttle to head to Wing B. Once I go to Wing B, then I'll get my soups prepared to start the night and go from there.
Tyler has a 6-hour shift ahead of him. As a supervisor, he is responsible for loading and unloading the cargo planes as quickly as possible. And how much leeway does he have in terms of time? Zilch. Particularly for overnight deliveries, which make up the majority of the freight. For Tyler, this means there isn't a minute to lose. His destination? Wing B. One thing Tyler knows for sure. Tonight, he's got to transport freight. A lot of freight at that, from A to B. However, one thing he can't be sure of: what kinds of challenges and problems he will have to deal with tonight.
Yeah, so basically I'll come in at the beginning of the night. I'll check my email and kind of see what our notes are for the rest of the sort and how the sort's going to pan out. And then I'll meet with my frontline soups. We'll discuss our plan for the night, what our focuses are going to be. And then from there, we'll gather our staffing up and we'll head out to the operation to start the night off.
Teamwork and clear instructions are an absolute must. On a regular shift, Tyler leads a 20-strong crew. They prepare 5 to 6 planes for departure, which adds up to some 500 tons of freight. They have just 45 minutes for each plane, and that includes loading and unloading. It's a pretty tight window, and tonight, the weather will make it hard to meet this target.
We should have a little bit heavier volume tonight with Father's Day coming up. I'm looking at where our inbounds are going to come in right now so we can go monitor the inbound flights as the volume comes in and arrives. That volume will go into the unload, and then we'll come back out, see how that processes on the outbound, and then as it goes out to the outbound aircraft.
Once unloaded from the plane, the freight ends up here, the central point at UPS Worldport. This is where all packages come together. It's known as the core. Conveyor belts with a total length of 250 kilometers transport the packages all over the logistics facility. These conveyors could easily link the cities of New York and Pennsylvania. UPS Worldport handles 118 packages per second. At its very peak around the Christmas season, this can reach up to more than 4 million packages a day. Everything has to reach the right destination as quickly as possible. The core is almost 200,000 square meters. The hall is therefore big enough to comfortably house as many as 16 jumbo jets. Our motorcycle tank is also on its way around the hall. Every package spends between 8 and 45 minutes on the conveyor belt. This all depends on how many junctions it has to pass through on its way to the right container. 10:45 at night. The core is awaiting new freight. Tyler is checking his crew's first jobs.
The busiest time comes around for the outbound comes around 2 o'clock, between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. That's when a lot of our volume is really in the system, and the system's pushing a lot out to the belts for us to process. Right now, I'm looking at when our next inbound aircraft is going to come in. So that aircraft will arrive, it'll block in onto our docks outside, and they'll begin to open that airplane up and unload the containers from there.
It all sounds like a nice, normal routine start to the shift. What Tyler and his crew don't know yet is that the weather will not play nice tonight. The team at the Global Operations Center are dealing with this problem, and all the other ones too. They control all of UPS's flight activities for the entire globe from their center at Worldport. It's 11 p.m. The night shift is starting. In the conference room at the Global Operations Center, the head of the contingency team, Terry Rigdon, is talking to the other team leaders. They are discussing the incidents that arose during the day shift and all the forecasts or warnings for the night ahead.
I talked to TC around, I think it was around 7:30 p.m., and I was totally prepped that the weather forecast looked like we were going to probably be taking a 90-minute hit tonight, because it looked like we had two-hour periods of significant activity that was going to cause a lot of diversions, a lot of delay, a whole lot of op span. And now things look significantly better.
There's a good reason why Terry researches the weather in advance. After all, he's the one who has to make the tough decisions. The sooner his team responds to disruptions, the fewer cancellations and delays there are.
We got a broken plane stuck in Kansas City with thunderstorms. It's going to be like a 60-minute delay there. And one moderate risk of fog at Milwaukee internationally, Hong Kong, Shenzhen, forecasting storms through St. Paul Sea. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. That's it. The weather forecast was looking like it could be a problem. We still have a risk at a 6Z or in the 5 to 6Z time frame. The good news is we have a very high percentage of our flights have come in at that time. If we start losing 10 or 15 minutes en route, that's critical. That's how tight things are. So that's what we'll have to watch and see how it plays out. But the good news is, as volatile as the weather is out there, there's nothing that seems like it's a real hindrance to the night.
The Global Operations Center at Worldport is the main headquarters for all UPS cargo flight activities for the entire world. The logistics giant flies to 374 airports in the U.S., as well as 313 other airports worldwide. During peak periods, one plane takes off or lands every minute in Louisville. Another challenge facing the team in the GOC: coming up with contingency plans as quickly as possible. Rerouting flights due to bad weather or delaying takeoff for the planes. Tolerating a waiting period to be able to transport more freight in one go. All this decides whether the packages arrive on time or not. (11:45 at night). Terry finds himself confronted with one question more than any other. How do I get my freight to the customer on time?
And this network is built to get flights to their gateways to move volume to its necessary sorts in order to make service. In one sense, the most exciting is when we have problems to solve.
And this applies to tonight, too.
They had a pro-heat ICUS message that was displayed, which that's a normal message. It doesn't go away until they start the engines. So I guess the crew's been flying a 7.6 and has not seen the 7.5 display in a while, so just had a little confusion there.
We had that happen on another one here not too long ago.
Yeah, it did.
Luckily, it's just a small misunderstanding. Human errors are still the most common reason for delays. However, a completely different type of delay is looming. The call delivers some bad news for Terry.
Stefan, it's Terry. How you doing tonight? Hey, well, you're okay other than the ETAs were looking a little challenging. As good as the weather forecast went inside the room a while ago with meteorology, we've just been put on an operations ban for the last, since 7 after. But unfortunately, at this point, you can't unload any airplanes, so you can't feed the hub.
An operations ban, the absolute worst case scenario. And UPS doesn't just rely on any old weather forecast. The Global Operations Center has a weather station with its own meteorologists. They check forecasts from all over the world and change flight routes accordingly, or even bring activities in Louisville to a complete stop. Safety always comes first. Ten past midnight. The bad weather over Louisville stops work for Tyler and his crew. No one is allowed to work outside at the moment. The risk of being struck by lightning is too high. Normally, the nighttime rush hour at UPS Worldport is in full swing by this time. This is when most packages are handled, both outside and inside. The operations ban means lost time that is almost impossible to win back. For the world's largest logistics firm with an annual revenue of $66 billion US. While the storm rages on outside, the conveyor belts in the hall are not affected by the ban. Thank goodness. For our motorcycle tank, this means that everything is still on schedule. It's on its way to Seattle. "12:40 at night. The storm moves on. The operations ban is lifted. Out on the tarmac, Supervisor Tyler Sawell can finally start work again. It's the first plane of his shift, a Boeing 767. The cargo space is only half full. It looks as though Tyler and his team could make up some time.
We try and get it unloaded as fast as possible so we can get the volume into the system. It's got to come off the aircraft, get taken over into our unload.
A lifting platform is supposed to transport every container out of the aircraft. It has to dock carefully. Every last centimeter counts. However, the crew has made an error.
They got to repark this one to align the door.
Just a few minutes later, the second docking attempt is a success. It's a slightly bumpy start to the night. The unusual working hours have now become the norm for Tyler.
I've gotten used to it at this point. I'm pretty used to the schedule now. Sometimes when I'm on vacation and I rotate my schedule to be with my wife, then it's a little hard to transition back, but overall, I'm pretty used to it at this point.
At the moment, the aircraft is 10 minutes late. Tyler motivates his team to make sure Worldport can keep to its planned takeoff slot.
right there. So
and you go right, left, right, left.
Regardless of whether it's a partially full 767 or a jam-packed jumbo jet, the processes are generally always the same.
Just a little bit more time on one as opposed to the other, but we've got this load process for both, and we just get them unloaded and we get them loaded back up, so there's not really a like one over the other.
The team starts unloading. Tyler's team is in luck. There are just 10 containers. Half-empty aircraft are not a rare sight. UPS's top priority? Sticking to the delivery times, regardless of capacity level. A full cargo container can weigh up to 6,000 kilograms, and yet 2 men are able to maneuver it without a great deal of effort. This is thanks to something known as ball mats, which are installed in the floor of the aircraft loading area. The ball mats are made of steel or sheet steel case. They are surrounded by a number of ball joints, which allow the ball mats to move in any direction without generating a lot of friction. This ball mat system significantly reduces the level of friction. This is the only system that enables humans to move heavy containers with ease. These special ball mats are used in aircraft construction. UPS is a pioneer and transferred this technology throughout the entire Worldport site. From the aircraft to the unloading stations, on any part of the journey that a container takes here. This saves an enormous amount of time. Every centimeter of space on an aircraft counts, which is why UPS only uses containers that have rounded corners on the top for maximum utilization of the load capacity per cargo plane. At 1:30 in the morning. Terry Rigdon is dealing with the next problem. An airplane is due to collect some more freight in Kansas City and bring it to Worldport. However, it's got a technical problem. There are 2 options available: repair the plane during a stopover, or head straight to Louisville. But
however, there's weather right at Kansas City and mostly to the north, but it is right on their edge. It's going to be a challenge. If we don't have any delays getting in there, then we should make it. But it'll be tight without any additional weather delay. Any additional weather delay, and it's out.
The best option would be for the plane to come straight to Louisville. This way, at least some of the goods will arrive on time. But to achieve this, it would have to reroute to avoid a storm, and fuel levels are low.
This Kansas City flight, I'm not feeling good about that because, again, if on my screen here, I've got a nice weather. I mean, the weather above Kansas City. And so the question is there a better option? You know, what's your hold fuel like? You know, is there a chance to swing around?
Terry's colleagues are in constant contact with the pilots. They're the only ones who know whether there is enough fuel left to change the flight route, and how the technical problem will affect the aircraft.
What's up?
A storm ahead of them, but it's moving south. So it looks like we're going to get in, but you're not going to get the volume for your sort tonight. It is not going to time out. But we're going to take the tail there anyway because of the fuel.
The plane doesn't have enough fuel to fly to Louisville without a stopover. The pilots have to land in Kansas City so that engineers can take care of the technical problem. The aircraft will continue its journey to Worldport once this is sorted out.
More updates when we have something. I'm sure you guys probably didn't have a ton of work out there anyway with that right now. Yeah, you're going to have to get that. Hey, Jason, what's up? Hey, Kansas City, it's not going to work out. So we've accepted that now.
Terry now has to activate special contingency plans to get the packages to customers as quickly as possible. Important information for all units at UPS Worldport, which are in constant contact with one another. A delay or even cancellation means that less freight will arrive tonight than originally planned. The Global Operations Center passes on all news concerning flight disruptions and the resulting loading problems to OPC. The staff at OPC then communicate delays like an operations ban or a cancellation of specific flights to the supervisors on the individual ramps. The first people to receive the message are Samuel Johnson and his team at the Operations Planning Control Center.
Mother Nature has thrown us a curveball as far as lightning in the air park area, but between GOC and the entire OPC team here, we worked through that to minimize the impact for our outbound departures.
Our motorcycle tank is not affected by the delay. Its plane, a Boeing 747, is due to land in the next few hours, as scheduled. 2 in the morning. Tyler Sawwell and his crew are already unloading the next aircraft. They got their first plane ready for takeoff within 30 minutes. As a result, they were able to make up a good 50% of the time they lost due to the operations ban.
They like to see who can do it the best. I mean, their first focus is that they do it safely. So that's the #1 competition, is who can do it the safest. But after that, they do like to see who can unload and load faster than the others. I mean, there's a little bit of rivalry there. We've got to stay on pace. So when the plane comes in, we've got to have crews ready to immediately get up there and begin unloading the aircraft. Every window that you miss is an opportunity lost.
After leaving the aircraft, the containers roll their way to the core. This is the heart of UPS Worldport, where the containers are parked at one of over 200 positions and then unloaded. Staff sort the incoming freight. Packages on one conveyor belt, envelopes and documents in sacks on another. The general rule is, as few pairs of hands should touch the packages as possible. Ideally, just 3. 1 when loading and 1 when unloading the containers. And the third? 1 worker has to place the packages on the conveyor belt so that the barcode is in the right position. Sorting packages by hand, a process that has remained unchanged since package delivery began. And that was all the way back in the mid-17th century. To begin with, customers paid to have their packages delivered depending on the value of the contents. Nowadays, they pay according to size and weight. UPS has been handling packages in Louisville since 1982. However, it was not until the turn of the century that the area became the USA's largest handling facility, going by the name of Worldport. Its basis remains the same to this day: conveyor belts. The only difference is with automation. Packages move more quickly and efficiently. 2:45 in the morning at Worldport. Our package with the motorcycle tank is on its last few meters through the jungle of conveyor belts. Today, it is just one of the 2.9 million packages that UPS will handle in the USA as a whole. Supervisor Tyler Sawwell is responsible for making sure the freight containers are loaded properly. This includes our motorcycle tank. it has already covered hundreds of kilometers of conveyor belt. And yet, it still has a 3,000-kilometer flight to Seattle ahead of it. It will be joined by hundreds of other packages in the container.
Things can get stressful, especially on nights where we have heavier volume than normal or there's changes within the sort. It can definitely get stressful, but we plan for those kind of things. We've got a good team and a good group of people that work here, so we're able to work through that, but there's definitely some pressure.
The crew has recovered most of the time it lost. Most aircraft are taking off on time, or with minimal delays. In just a few hours' time, our parcel will also continue on its journey in a sealed container. At 3:30 a.m. Terry Rigdon's shift in the Global Operations Center is coming to an end. Tonight's incidents included a 30-minute ban on operations and an aircraft that failed to reach Worldport as scheduled. Not ideal for a man like Terry. His mission is to do everything possible to make sure every package reaches its destination on time.
I'm never happy when weather negatively impacts our ability to get the airplanes out to the customers as timely as we'd like. But aside from that one 30-minute weather hiccup, I would say everything's went pretty well tonight.
Every day, over 1,000 of the logistics giant's worldwide flight segments are controlled from here. With this quantity of flights, the company can cope with one small cancellation. The night shift is slowly coming to an end, and yet our motorcycle tank is still waiting to continue its journey. At 9:30 in the morning. 2 hours before departure, the pilots Elise Atkins and Mike Osley are preparing for their flight. Their job today is to deliver our parcel, together with hundreds of others, directly to Seattle. They have been flying together for years and are a practice team.
Hi, Mike. I'll go get the paperwork.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start checking the weather.
Hi.
The pilots are given their schedules several weeks in advance. What's more, there is an emergency crew waiting at UPS Worldport during every shift, ready to take off in any aircraft within 30 minutes.
All right, well, at least it looks like getting out here today shouldn't be too much of a problem. The small area of weather coming in from the west, but I think the way they have us routed today, they'll take us a little bit to the west and then north, and we'll get around the weather that way. So don't think that's going to be a problem. It looks like it's good today, so we should have a nice flight.
While Elise and Mike check the final information and weather data, the crews outside are already loading the cargo, including our parcel. And this is not just any chartered aircraft. UPS has been using its own airline to take packages from A to B since the 1980s, covering 220 countries around the world with a team of over 20,000 employees. Day after day and night after night, a total of 300 flights deliver cargo of all shapes and sizes to the right destination. With a fleet of 247 aircraft, UPS Airlines is one of the world's largest, almost as big as the German airline Lufthansa. Lots of cargo calls for lots of space. The Boeing 747-8F is one of the world's largest cargo planes. 134,000 kilograms of freight can be loaded into 700 cubic meters of cargo space. This mega plane is thus big enough to hold up to 50 SUVs. The 747-8F costs over $300 million US. By 2022, UPS Airlines will own more aircraft of this type than any other purchaser. And the plane due to transport our motorcycle tank to Seattle today is a 747. "50 minutes later, and loading is complete. The pilots don't usually know exactly what they're transporting.
Yeah, they really don't tell us what we're carrying necessarily. We would know if there's hazardous materials on board. That's a requirement to notify the captain that they're carrying hazardous materials. But as far as the cargo itself, we see some of the packages inside the containers sometimes, so we know where they may be coming from.
We treat our cargo like they're our passengers, and we want to get it there just as safely as the passenger airline wants to get their passengers there safely.
For several years, UPS carried not just cargo, but passengers too, on weekend charter flights. As passenger airlines and low-cost flights continue to increase, the airline decided in 2001 to better focus exclusively on cargo. It's 11 o'clock, 45 minutes before takeoff. Elise Atkins and Mike Osley take control of their plane. A strict process is in place for the procedure prior to every takeoff. After all, routine cannot prevent errors, especially not when every minute counts.
Yeah, I would say there is more time pressures on us at UPS because we're guaranteeing a delivery time of a package in the morning. So 2 hours late is unsatisfactory for us. We really need to be on time. For instance, a package is arriving into, say, New York City or a major metropolitan area. If we arrive late, the traffic gets on the streets and it's harder to get the packages out for delivery. So we really, our operation is very, very time critical. We watch every minute.
Just a few minutes before the flight, co-pilot Elise Atkins leaves the cockpit for one last exterior check. At the same time, Captain Mike Osley assesses the most important systems inside and adds the final information to the onboard computer.
The weather can be a problem, there's no doubt about it. We spend a lot of time planning before we ever take off for the flight based on the weather. We may carry additional fuel, we may route a different routing in order to avoid weather. We would never fly into a thunderstorm or anything of that nature, but light to moderate, even heavy rain, just rain is okay. The aircraft's certainly capable of that. This aircraft is fully capable of landing itself, as a matter of fact. So when the visibility gets down real low, we can allow the aircraft to land, and there aren't many weather conditions that keep us from getting where we need to be. And again, when we're delivering packages and they have to be there, not going usually isn't an option.
Pushback time for the now 400-ton-plus Boeing 747. At this weight, pilot Mike Osley has to apply full thrust to accelerate to the takeoff speed of over 300 kilometers per hour. 11:45. The cargo plane takes off right on time. It has 3,000 kilometers and a good 4 hours of flight time ahead of it, all the way to Seattle. This city has a huge significance for the company, UPS. After all, this is precisely the spot where Jim Casey founded the American Messenger Company in 1907. He borrowed $100 from his best friend to do it. Jim Casey spotted early on that large vehicles were the best solution for deliveries. When they started, each package was delivered separately, until the company started to load cars with several packages for one part of town. And this is how it remains to this day. Another thing also remains the same to date. The dark brown vehicle, a globally recognized symbol of the brand. 5:15 in Seattle. Our package is completing its final few meters to the customer in this brown van. Delivery agent Richard Williams is making sure the package arrives on time. The minute-by-minute schedule at UPS Worldport ensures that delivery agents have relatively little time pressure.
No, I don't feel any time pressure when I deliver the packages. In the mornings before I start my day, I plan my day so that I can make it through the day up to lunchtime. Then at lunch, I go ahead and redo my schedule again so that I don't have any time commits that I'm worried about.
The delivery process is always the same, all over the world. Scan the package, deliver it, get the customer's signature, and on to the next. For almost 9 million customers, year in, year out.
How you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Good, I got one for you all.
All right, thank you.
Can I get you to sign real quick?
Yes.
What's your last name?
Wells.
Thank you, Miss Wells. Have a good day.
You too.
Yet, despite the large number of packages handled every day, not every delivery is the same.
There's one delivery I won't forget. I met a customer at the edge of the package car, and she wanted to know if I deliver her packages to the garage so her children wouldn't see what I got them for Christmas.
Today's delivery may not be a Christmas present, but the customer will soon be able to hit the American highways on his new motorcycle. Mission complete. So, what does it take to make sure millions of packages are delivered on time every single day? You need one of the world's largest aircraft fleets, sophisticated systems capable of moving ton after ton of cargo, hundreds of employees to fill the kilometer-long jungle of conveyor belts, the strongest handling machinery, and a minute-by-minute schedule. In short, you need a giant hub, like UPS Worldport in Louisville, Kentucky. As Paris tucks into bed, rush hour begins at its central wholesale market, the world's largest. With trucks delivering 1,698,000 tons of fresh produce every night. A city within the city. Its carefully scheduled system keeps this mega hub in operation. The slightest error can result in utter chaos.
You're 1 hour late. That's not good.
12,000 people working in a high-pressure environment.
5 pièces, 5 pièces, 6 pièces.
Fighting against time and a lack of sleep.
I never discuss prices, never ever.
Over 9 billion euros worth of turnover each year. 6.7 million visitors. The only thing preventing chaos is a strict set of rules.
Where's your coat? I know.
Rungis International Market. Now on Giant Hubs. The world's largest trading post for fresh produce is located on the outskirts of Paris. 7 kilometers from the center of this megacity, Rungis Market is located right next to Orly Airport and at the interchange between the city's main highways. The market is even larger than the Principality of Monaco, covering an area of 234 hectares. As night falls, the market starts to wake up. The first trucks begin to arrive. Their destination is Pavilion A4, one of Europe's largest seafood halls. What they are delivering is fresh fish from all over the world. Every night, hundreds of trucks arrive at the loading docks outside the hall. 11 o'clock at night. A special loading company is in charge of transporting the truck's precious cargo to the sales area inside the pavilion. This is also where Pascal Dufay begins his workday, or should we say, work night. Pascal is one of 34 wholesalers in the vast fish hall. His delivery for today is 4 tons of fresh fish. His job now is to sell his produce as quickly as possible.
If you want to sell fish, Rungis is the only place to do it. Rungis is a powerful hub. We serve half of France and all of its neighboring countries.
There are no large storage areas in the fish hall. There's no need. Pascal has to sell his seafood within 2 days anyway. Customers will only pay for freshly caught fish. After that, he has to drop his prices and take a loss. The first customers will arrive in about 2 hours. Everything has to be sorted by then.
Can you put the crate next to that? These ones here are Pandora.
Wholesaler Pascal has found his specialty, seafood, exclusively from France.
We have some fantastic hake. It's not caught with nets, but from boats. The hake is exceptionally fresh. Caught less than 48 hours ago. Super fresh. And here we have some beautiful pollock with their heads and some lovely gilt-head bream.
Freshness and quality are the 2 key criteria in the battle against the other fishmongers. Every wholesaler has a clearly allocated sales area in the hall, marked with blue lines. The yellow line marks the area where the unloaders drop off new deliveries and collect sold fish for customers. 94,000 tons of fish every year. This adds up to 914 million euros in turnover for Pavilion A4 alone. The sophisticated organizational system is the only thing ensuring that the mega hub is able to cope with this huge quantity of products. The market opens just before midnight to allow Rungis providers to be back in Paris with their fresh produce by early morning. Every vehicle is logged at the entry gates, with 23,000 vehicles passing through the barriers every night. To make sure there are no traffic jams, the market is split up into sectors. Every category of food has its own fixed area on the site. Each sector is made up of several halls for seafood, meat, dairy products, fruit and vegetables, and flowers. This model means that suppliers and customers only have to head for their own area. The heavy flow of traffic initially runs centrally along the main road. Vehicles then quickly start to spread out over the entire site. To prevent traffic chaos, the sectors open at different times. This means that the flow of suppliers through the bottleneck point at the gates is kept at a consistent rate. Each sector has its own rush hour, though these are distributed throughout the night. Trucks are now arriving at the other end of the vast site. They are heading to one of 5 halls for meat, Pavilion V1P. 1:30 in the morning. At 1-minute intervals, trucks start to maneuver their way into the special loading docks in front of the meat hall. These docks are built to make sure the cold chain is not disrupted during loading and unloading. Temperature is crucial to meat. The entire hall is kept at a mere 4 degrees Celsius, like a massive refrigerator. A large-scale system of rails and hooks stretches across the entire roof of the hall. This is essential for allowing the loading experts to transport cattle pigs, and lamb to the wholesalers at top speed. 270,000 tons of meat travel through the halls here every year. Meat wholesaler Christophe Deplanche arrives at work just before 2 in the morning. He has been working at the world's largest wholesale market for over 20 years. Everyone knows everyone here.
Bonjour. Vous êtes amoureux? Ça va? Ça va? Mamadou!
He has a long, tough night shift ahead of him, just like every other day.
I'm normally here around 1 in the morning, and then I'm done by midday, though sometimes I'm here until 3 in the afternoon.
Christophe and his partner sell 6 to 10 tons of meat every night. That equates to over 3,500 tons a year. His stall is already looking pretty full. However, these are only the products he already had in stock. Tonight's main delivery has yet to arrive.
We're in the largest market in the world. It doesn't get any bigger than this. Please go and cut up the lamb. The bones are already removed.
20 butchers work for Christophe and his partner. It's a grueling job, toiling away in the cold, night after night. Christophe's butchers are preparing a delivery of beef for one of his regular customers. The meat wholesaler mainly supplies high-class restaurants and hotels in the Paris area. He has to deliver the finest quality at all times.
This is the fillet, the entire piece here. This is the back where we cut the steaks from, the entrecôte, the chuck steak, and the rump steak. Here we have the leg. This is the entire bit from here up to here, all the way down there.
Qui part de là, qui monte jusqu'en haut.
It's a matter of trust. We've got customers who've been coming to us for a very long time, and we do everything we can to keep them happy. That means getting here very early so that we finish most of the work before things really get busy.
Customers in Rungis don't like to wait around, and that is precisely the problem that meat seller Christophe is encountering tonight. The site for the world's largest wholesale market is home to 1,200 companies with over 12,000 workers. The area is the same size as 327 soccer fields. There are over 50 halls here in total. They are used for sales, as well as logistics, storage, and service providers. The admin block is home to the Security Control Center, which has its own fire service. This is where all the strands come together. 30 firefighters work exclusively for Rungis.
We have a highly efficient security system in Rungis International Market. This allows us to respond immediately to any eventuality.
All of the buildings on the premises are monitored from here at all times. Fire detectors and sprinkler systems are controlled by computers.
We know exactly which fire detectors have triggered an alarm and where. We can dispatch the fire brigade right away and know precisely where the problem is.
110 kilometers of sprinkler system piping run across the ceiling in the largest fruit and vegetable hall alone. The fear of fire in the wholesale market is surpassed only by the fear that the refrigeration system might fail. After all, this would ruin meat, fish, and dairy products worth several million euros. The Security Control Center is responsible for monitoring the refrigeration system. A temperature of 4 degrees Celsius is required for meat. The climate control unit guarantees a steady 13 degrees for seafood. This relatively high temperature is deemed sufficient, as fresh fish additionally needs to be stored in ice. Rungis market needs a huge quantity of ice. To keep stocks high enough, the ice is produced on site, in a special cooling tower right next to the seafood pavilion. The interior houses a gigantic cylinder full of water. Ammonia flows through the pipes surrounding the cylinder. As it condenses, the liquid gas absorbs heat from the cylinder, causing the metallic walls to cool down. The result is that ice starts to form. The rotating motion scrapes off the ice, which is collected at the bottom, and transported off straight away. Just before 2, fish wholesaler Pascal is almost finished setting up. Customers will soon be lining up outside. There's just enough time for one last quality check.
The gills have to be nice and red. The scales have to be flat. That's very important.
The croaker is fresh and passes the strict checks, just in time as the first customers are already here.
This one weighs 3.3, the other one's just over 2. 3.3, write that down. Of course I have a bit of leeway when it comes to the price, but not very much. I have purchasers who buy at a fixed price. They sell it to me for a fixed price, and then I have to sell it on for a fixed price. You can negotiate, but we're talking about 50 cents at the most. The profit margin is really tiny.
Pascal has to sell a lot in a short span of time.
We write numbers onto note paper for our customers. The goods are then moved to the delivery area. This means that there's no need for the customer to come back again later.
At the other end of the hall, Claude Tossac and Sébastien Copin are starting their tour. The 2 inspectors make sure that all traders stick to the rules.
How's it going? I told you before. Keep an eye on this line, okay?
This trader's goods are protruding into his neighbor's area. This isn't allowed and could result in a fine.
They pay for a space. If they use more, this makes competition unfair for those who stick to their areas. Most of them respect the rules. Around 90% stick to their areas, because their neighbors will complain if they don't comply. Stay behind the blue line, okay?
The inspectors are strict, especially when it comes to hygiene standards.
Hello. You need to put on your white coat.
I know. I've only just arrived.
It's the last time, okay? Our attention is focused on making sure that no one breaks the rules in here. There are rules for the entire market. If he doesn't do it next time, it will cost him 68 euros. We take a lot of precautionary measures, but we aren't afraid of cracking down either. Warnings can cost up to 450 euros.
30 inspectors work around the clock in every sector of the wholesale market. It's just before 3. Meat wholesaler Christophe is still waiting on his main delivery. His slot on the loading dock ends in 5 minutes. Without a dock, he can't unload his produce.
Unloading has to take place between midnight and 3 a.m. We're really down to the wire here. Between 3 and 11, everything here is reserved for customers. It's getting tricky now.
The slots in the loading docks are carefully scheduled. In just a few minutes' time, the meat seller's unloading point will be occupied by the next truck. If Christoph can't organize another loading dock at short notice, the late truck will have to turn around again. While Christoph is resigned to inaction, trading is already underway at his competitors. This hall in the meat sector only sells entrails. Jean-Jacques Arnoux' team is working hard behind the scenes. They dissect 300 calf heads every night, all at high speed. Veal cheeks and tongue are highly sought-after delicacies in France. The seller of entrails attracts an esteemed group of customers with his culinary luxuries.
We don't eat the bones or the fat, just the gelatine and the skin. Those are the delicacies. Lots of politicians buy our meat. Jacques Chirac, President Hollande, Mr. Jospin, and President Macron.
While trading has already begun in the meat hall, deliveries are only just arriving here. The world's largest wholesale market has perfect links to the railway network. It has its very own station to make sure that produce can quickly reach its destination by train, too. The station mainly handles fruit and vegetables. The perishable goods have to move on straight away. 140 transport, logistics, and storage companies deal with the goods flow to and from the station. The majority of the deliveries ends up directly in one of the halls for fruit and vegetables. This sector has the highest number of pavilions in Rungis, 10 in total. A record quantity of 1,207,400 tons of fruit and vegetables are handled here every year. That's 4 times higher than for meat. Unlike the meat and fish halls, the fruit and vegetables hall has no refrigeration. That's why the traders here have to set up all their produce on their stands every night, and then take it all to cooled storage rooms at the end of the night shift. Rungis Market is run by Semeris, a semi-public company. The wholesalers rent their space within the halls. Rent is based on the number of roll-up doors and the storage space behind them. The state-run operating company provides all of the infrastructure for the delivery and transportation of the goods. This allows the wholesalers to fully concentrate on their sales. At 3:30 in the morning, fruit wholesaler Didier Yoli checks the goods for the night.
This is the first year that we've had a supply of beautiful red cherries. The shine is a sign of their quality. They're really lovely cherries with almost no signs of indentation. Like these ones here. In general, when we get a product like this, we can keep it up here in the hall for 8 to 10 days at the most.
Didier is considered to be a specialist. He only sells certain products, but all at an exceptionally high standard.
We have to bring back the pallet with the cherries. We'll sort out this here, and then the cherries will go there.
The wholesaler stores these precious deliveries in the cellar. The temperature there is consistently lower, which means the produce takes longer to ripen. This storage also gives him the opportunity to influence the pricing.
These are raspberries that arrived this morning. We only have a few in the customer area upstairs. We are storing most of the delivery down here. These raspberries are relatively expensive. If we showed customers how many we actually have, they wouldn't pay our price.
The price war is tough, and there is a lot of competition. The market has grown dramatically over the last 10 years. The market was founded all the way back in the 10th century. Originally based in the heart of Paris, it grew rapidly in the 1950s, and the location in the city center soon became too small. In 1960, President Charles de Gaulle himself decided to move the market. It was one of France's largest urban construction projects, the relocation of the century. The market opened up its doors again just one weekend later, in Rungis. The location was integrated into the district, especially for the project. To this day, Rungis International Market remains the world's largest wholesale market for fresh produce, with an annual turnover of 9.1 billion euros, generated by meat, fish, fruit and vegetables, dairy products, organic produce, and flowers. Rungis Market is the heart and soul of the French capital. 65% of the produce goes straight to Paris, 20% to Greater France, and 15% to the rest of the world. "4:30 in the morning. Meat seller Christophe has already been waiting 2 hours for his delivery.
We can't use this at all now. What am I supposed to say to my customers?
Because the truck was late, Christophe organized a new loading dock at the last minute. But now, this new one is occupied too.
The space is taken up by a transporter for the poultry guy. It's his slot now. The driver's here, but look, I need someone to allocate a space for him. We need to find some kind of solution here.
The transporter leaves the loading box. But the next truck is already waiting.
I called the unloaders to see whether I could still get a spot. I know them pretty well. I sometimes go for a coffee with them. They told me that the problem is that there are already 2 people in front of me waiting for a slot. They're going to see if they can do anything for me.
At least the truck is here now, 2.5 hours late.
An hour and a half ago, it would have been fine. But not anymore. Being on time is better. Back up a bit. Careful, there's someone behind you.
If the 40-ton truck doesn't park ASAP, there will be chaos on the roads leading to the meat hall.
Whenever we miss our time slot, we get totally thrown off. 1 hour ago, it wouldn't have been a problem, but now...
15 minutes later, and the truck has docked. A sigh of relief from Christophe. The beef has finally arrived in the loading area. Now it needs to get to Christophe's stall via the shortest route possible. Customers in Rungis all have one thing in common: no time.
That's for me too. The labels are a bit strange sometimes. I'm looking at the color on the inside, the fat, the bones, and the back.
Despite the time pressure, Christophe still has to check the delivery before releasing it for sale. If he fails to sell it to customers during opening hours, he will have to call around to his regulars to find a buyer. That means overtime again. Constant night shifts, additional day shifts in the office, and very little sleep are the toughest things for Christophe about his job.
You have to have a pretty good marriage to work here. You need a patient wife. Otherwise, things can get really complicated. You don't get much sleep. You go straight home, nap on the sofa for half an hour, and then it's time to get going again. My son plays soccer on Tuesday evenings. If I don't get home until 4 in the afternoon, I just get half an hour's sleep before I take him to training. There are times when you just have to be there, otherwise you will wake up one day and your son won't know you anymore.
While Christophe and his team try to make up for lost time, the workers at the other stalls have time for a quick break at 5 in the morning. It's rush hour at the Café Saint-Hubert. It's open non-stop from midnight to midday. A little oasis of peace amidst the chaos of the night shift.
It was tough at the beginning. It took me a whole week to just get a vague understanding of how things work here. I used to work as a freight carrier, which gave me an advantage. For beginners, it's quite complicated.
Rungis Market is a real city within the city.
The range of produce here is simply the widest there is. I used to always go straight to the ships, to the sea. But sometimes I didn't find what I was looking for. You can find anything here. Salmon, prawns, just about everything.
Here you get to pick your own meat. When you buy meat directly, you get to see straight away whether it's good or bad. That's why I like to pick it myself.
Saint-Hubert is one of 23 restaurants and bars on the wholesale market's premises, and it's also the bar that serves the most coffee in the whole of France. Every night, 3,000 cups of coffee pass over the counter. The window at Saint-Hubert looks directly out over the meat hall. This means that traders can keep doing business over a coffee, while keeping an eye on their stall at the same time. For many of the workers, their colleagues are like family. After all, the rest of Paris runs on an entirely different schedule. It is 5 in the morning. In the seafood pavilion, fishmonger Pascal has already sold 2/3 of his produce.
On average, it's 2 tons per day. No more than that. Why? If I have anything left over, we'll sell it the very next day. On the last night of the week, that's Friday night to Saturday morning, everything's gone by 3 a.m. I don't throw anything away, ever.
I live right on the coast, but I come here to shop because the products and selection are simply a cut above.
The large croaker has also attracted some potential buyers. Negotiations are tough, but quiet.
A little expensive, but not a bad price. I won't discuss prices. Sorry, I'll never name my price. Never, ever.
The pressure is high. After all, many of Pascal's competitors also sell exotic fish and delicacies from all over the world.
I tend to get loyal customers. That's because of the huge selection. I have a lot to choose from. Many sellers have only 2 or 3 items. I've got 50. So the customer has a lot of options. They come to me because it's more practical.
On a normal night, Pascal will negotiate with over 100 customers in just 3 hours of trading. Away from the sales area, serious work is going on all night long. They fillet fish one after the other, thousands a night. Red snappers, salmon, or enormous tuna. Customers at the wholesale market don't have to buy a whole fish. They can also have the produce processed and portioned to meet their precise needs. Meanwhile, the inspectors check out the exterior of the seafood pavilion.
This area is where the goods arrive. At this time of night, produce is being delivered to the customers. Around 200 tons a night. At Christmas, this can rise to 500 to 600 tons every single night.
Each year, this amounts to more than 94,000 tons of seafood. To make sure work at the market does not descend into chaos, despite the quantities handled, the delivery process at Rungis is based on a simple yet efficient system. Every customer is assigned a numbered place in the tunnel that surrounds the hall. The vendor writes the number on a piece of paper. The loading and unloading team bring the fish to the place with the corresponding number. Customers then load their purchases into their transporters themselves. The entire pickup area is monitored by video cameras to make sure the expensive fish ends up in the right trucks.
We have a problem with theft here. Things have improved thanks to the cameras, but we are working hard to deal with the, let's say, illegal movement of produce.
Today, everything is running smoothly. Apart from a few warnings, the inspectors have had a quiet night.
We are a professional wholesale market. Everyone knows their responsibility. If anyone forgets, it's our job to bring them back in line and as a result make sure that things run smoothly.
Outside, the stampede is now starting to head out of the market and towards Paris. The dairy sector, on the other hand, is only just opening its doors. 5:45 in the morning. Cheese as far as the eye can see. Wholesaler Antoine Boyer's working day, however, started in the middle of the night.
Don't say that's expensive. When you enter into an environment like Rungis, you'll end up staying one day or forever. If you accept the surroundings here, there's no doubt that it'll work out. If you don't accept it, things will be very tough.
Starting work in the middle of the night, it's not for everyone. Antoine stuck at it and found his rhythm. He sells 800 tons of eggs a year and 3,000 tons of cheese on top of that. He could never achieve sales figures like this anywhere else in France.
Rungis is a huge hub for the region around Paris. All traders come here. And yet, the pressure continues to rise. We open at 5:30 in the morning. Our customers are here at around 5:45 and want to be out again by 6. There isn't much space, but Rungis can no longer expand, as it's located exactly between the highway and the airport. When commuters start to hit the road from 7 to 7:30, things can get pretty problematic.
There are around just 2 hours left in the fruit and veggie pavilion. Then, the main trading hours will be over again.
I've still got strawberries. You'll get them for €3.
Range, demand, and quality determine the price of fruit, which changes on a daily basis. Traders and customers haggle over every last cent.
$6.50 per kilo from France.
Despite the huge quantity of goods he handles every night, which can reach up to 30 tons, Didier has an in-depth understanding of most of his clients and what they need.
25 years. Is that how long your company's been around, Didier?
Yes, since 1982 or 1983.
The range of produce alone is impressive, and there's always something new in the market. It's also important to have an excellent understanding of your customers. Anything I buy here, I already know how much I can sell it for and who I can sell it to.
The customer is still paying, and yet Didier is already negotiating with the next.
Patrick, don't worry. They're in packages. They're coming now.
Didier logs his orders digitally using a tablet. This is the quickest way to cope with this quantity of produce and customers. While the customer pays at the till, his staff are preparing the goods. There is another system in place in the meat hall. Traders stick a note to sold pieces of meat, and customers pay at a central cash register. This means there is no need to deal with cash. And it also frees up the space needed for cash registers at the individual stalls. Fish that gets sold is given a piece of paper with a number and is then transported from the sales area outside to the pickup points. And of course, products from the world's largest wholesale market can also be ordered online. Deliveries are portioned up on site, packaged, and sent on their way. A few service providers deal with the dispatch and sales process, which is streamlined as much as possible, so that as many products can be dealt with in the shortest possible time. Time is also a factor for dairy products, though the opposite principle applies. Products don't get worse over time. They actually get better.
Welcome to the caves of Rungis. They are unique.
Hundreds of wheels of cheese are maturing below the hall. Each piece costs up to €1,000. It takes 4 whole years before 1/3 of these giants is ready to be sold.
Let's have a look at this one here. We do these tests to check the quality of the cheese. To do this, we use a probe that works according to an old-fashioned technique. We use this probe to remove a piece of cheese.
And then test it.
Then we put the rest back into the cheese, cover the cut edge with a paste, and seal the wheel back up again.
Day-to-day operations in the cheese business are different from those for other fresh produce. The majority of sales here aren't generated in the sales areas on site, but online. Antoine's main business is shipping his products all over the world.
We also export all across Europe. There are trucks that go to Germany and the whole of Eastern Europe. Rungis also has specialist service providers who prepare our products for shipping by air. We deliver to Malaysia and the Congo. Cheese can travel from here to almost anywhere in the world in less than 72 hours.
Just before 6 in the morning, and business is almost over for Christophe. One final customer buys some beef at the last minute.
Merci, Patou. Bon, allez, je me dépêche, je suis pressé. Salut. Salut.
And yet plenty of customers weren't willing to wait for the late delivery. They returned to Paris empty-handed. The meat wholesaler now has to actually phone around to try to find customers for the rest.
Today was complicated. The truck arrived late and that messed everything up. We will have to leave a lot of produce here. Lots of people bought elsewhere. Not a good day. We weren't able to work properly. Normally, we start, receive delivery of the goods, sort them out, and sell them. But that didn't work out today. We could only complete a few orders as most of our customers had already gone. Not good. But that can happen.
Christophe closes his stall. The selling time is over, but today's work is nowhere near complete. Meanwhile, in the fruit hall, it's the main trading hours.
From Spain?
No, tu vas pas, toi. Tu l'as mis une pleine terre.
No, but grown outdoors. They're great. Better than the ones from the greenhouse. They really are very, very good. This is what I have for you today.
I'll come back again tomorrow.
Good luck, and have a good day.
On a good night, Didier sells 25 to 30 tons of fruit.
The opportunities here in Rungis are extensive. There's a lot of competition. We've got 136 wholesalers here, one next to the other. So you can't always do what you want when it comes to prices. To be able to sell something for a higher price than your competitors, your products have to be good. A premium product with a great color, the right weight, the right origin, and the right growing conditions. With such a huge range like we have here, you have to prove yourself on a daily basis. There are those who are lucky and who have a successful business. They are rich. Provided you aren't a complete idiot, you can learn from the other people's mistakes or try to copy certain things. I saw the opportunity and paid attention. I started here as a salesman and am now the boss of the whole company.
In front of the fruit pavilions, pallets are loaded in a never-ending cycle, and the tide of traffic starts to make its way to the exits. As the traders are selling their last few items, Rungis is already starting to sort out the leftovers, a whole lot of trash. To deal with its mountain of garbage, the Mega Hub has its very own waste incineration plant. Around 126 tons of waste are generated every day. That's enough to produce the energy needed to cover the entire market's hot water supply, and for neighboring districts too. The waste from Rungis market even supplies nearby Orly Airport, covering 20% of its electricity requirements. It is now 6:15. In the seafood pavilion, most of the customers have already packed up and are heading back to Paris. Fish wholesaler Pascal has some produce left over.
This was caught overnight from Wednesday to Thursday.
Mercredi à jeudi. Non mais c'est vrai, hein. Les bateaux sont arrivés
The
hier.
boats arrived yesterday at midday.
Tu me diras les poids de l'espadon, s'il te plaît.
The hall is emptying out. Pascal can store everything he hasn't sold today for one more day only.
Cette nuit, c'est relativement calme.
It was a rather quiet day, but we did some pretty good sales. Some of my customers weren't here today, but they'll be here tomorrow. And Friday and Saturday are the weekend business. The leftovers will be gone by then. Today was a good day.
La nuit était relativement correcte.
Pavilion A4 closes at 7 in the morning. meaning it's the end of the day for wholesaler Pascal Dufay. Tonight alone, a total of 250 tons of fish, 3,000 tons of meat, and 3,900 tons of fruit and vegetables were sold in Rungis. The world's largest wholesale market closes its doors just before midday until night falls again in this giant hub on the outskirts of Paris. Moscow, capital of Russia, a gigantic metropolis with over 12 million residents. The subway system is just as impressive as the city itself. Up to 9 million people ride the Moscow Metro every day. It is considered the fastest, safest, and most punctual subway in the world. For the staff, this means a great deal of stress and the challenging task of making the right split-second decisions.
In the middle of the platform, use the downward escalator.
An exclusive behind-the-scenes glimpse of the Moscow Metro, now on Giant Hubs. Moscow, early morning. The gigantic city is still sleeping. But deep below the surface, the metro system is already waking up. The Moscow Metro network has 12 lines with 365 kilometers of track and 212 stations. The massive system is managed in incredible detail by a control center in the heart of the city. To ensure that the over 600 trains are ready for service, 17 depots are assigned to the individual lines. One of the largest is Vikino Depot, 4:30 in the morning. 36 trains are kept here in the depot. Despite the early morning, it is already bustling with activity. All of the coaches here travel Line 7, the most frequented line, with 1.5 million passengers every day. Driver Pavel Mayorov has the early shift today.
I have 45 minutes before I have to drive off.
The Moscow Metro requires each driver to have a medical checkup before starting their shifts. Only drivers that are 100% healthy are allowed to control the trains.
Are you having any problems?
No.
How long was your break?
19 hours.
Good.
No other subway monitors its drivers as strictly as the Moscow Metro does. And it works. In over 80 years, there hasn't been a single accident caused by a train driver. After passing the checkup, the shift supervisor gives Pavel his route.
You have Route 33. The train is in the 14th bay. Your train is ready. Have a safe trip.
It is 4:55 a.m. Pavel needs to be on the route in 20 minutes. As the driver, he's the one responsible to make sure the train is functioning properly.
The train finished its self-diagnostic. Everything's okay. I can depart. I just have to apply the high voltage and wait for the light to turn green.
The trains leave the depot every minute. Pavel has an 8-hour shift ahead of him. It's estimated that he will transport 10,000 to 12,000 passengers from point A to point B today. In 15 minutes, the trains must be distributed throughout the entire rail network. Then the metro begins service. One of the largest stations is Komsomolskaya Station. It is the transfer point for two main lines and is located between the three most critical long-distance train stations in Moscow. 5:30 a.m. A crowd of people is already waiting at the entrance. At night, the stations are closed. Travelers are first allowed in the morning. Anyone who wants to get to the trains first has to pass through one of the 3,100 electronic ticket gates. Passengers pay the equivalent of 75 cents per trip, no matter how far they ride. From here, it goes deeper. The Moscow Metro is one of the deepest subway systems in the world. Komsomolskaya Station is 37 meters underground. When it was built in the 1950s, the architects attached great value to pomp. The mosaics are up to 3 meters high and contain several 100,000 stones and designs depicting victorious Russian battles. "170,000 passengers board and alight here every day." Natalia Goncharova is the head of the station on duty. Her main job is to direct the masses of people.
My work actually isn't that difficult. The important thing is that I'm reliable and, above all, careful. The people here are stressed out. It's my job to ensure that there aren't any problems. I always have to be alert.
The first onslaught is over. Now there's a short break before rush hour begins in just over an hour. Natalia uses the time to perform a walking inspection.
It's important that all operation rooms are locked.
Natalia meticulously checks each corner of her station. In the process, she also keeps an eye out for suspicious objects.
Everything is okay here.
The metro is filling up. To manage the masses, the trains arrive every 90 seconds. By the way, there is no timetable. A clock simply displays how much time has passed since the last train departed. The Moscow Metro is 99.9% on time. That's a world record, despite the fast pace and the large number of passengers. To ensure things stay this way, Natalia checks the schedule regularly.
Each train is only allowed to stop at the station for 30 seconds. And I'm checking to make sure everything is going according to schedule. And of course, I keep an eye on the passengers.
If a train deviates from the schedule, Natalia reports it to the control center immediately. It's located in the center of Moscow. And it is the brain of the metro. A staff of 30 people directs and monitors the entire subway network here, sealed off from the outside world. When dispatcher Albert Kurashin's phone rings, it is never a good sign.
I see all the trains and stations on the monitor. I see how the trains are moving and compare it to the schedule. I use these plans to organize operations. If there is a disruption, like there was just now, I immediately give the trains on the route new instructions.
Similar to an air traffic controller, dispatchers need to keep an eye on all their trains. That is the only way they can react in time. When there are slight delays, they instruct the drivers to shorten stops at stations in order to make up time. There are always two dispatchers responsible for one single line. This is due to the unique way the metro system is set up. The 12 Moscow metro lines work completely independently from each other. Each line has its own self-contained route system, including stations. At intersections, the tracks run on different levels. This eliminates failure-prone switching systems. If there is a delay on one line, the other lines are not affected. But problems can still crop up at any time. That's where the dispatcher comes in.
I have been working as a dispatcher for 1.5 years now. The hardest part is staying calm when there are breakdowns or other unusual situations. I monitor the whole line, together with other departments. Part of my job as a dispatcher is to remain calm and clear and give the proper instructions. Otherwise, I could make the others nervous. So far, I have been lucky and have not experienced any seriously difficult situations. The worst was when one of the trains had a malfunction, and I had to organize operations during this disruption.
The Moscow Metro is the most frequented subway in Europe. Its design is impressive. The first line opened in 1935. It was 11.2 kilometers long, and with 13 stations, it connected what were then the most important points in the Russian capital. A short time later, the first section of lines 2 and 3 were built. Additional sections of the routes even opened during World War II. The metro has been rapidly growing ever since. By 2030, the government wants to expand the total distance of the routes to over 450 kilometers. The subways in Paris, London, Berlin, and Madrid serve as a model for the Moscow Metro. At the end of the 1920s, the government sends engineers to Europe disguised as workers. With the knowledge they gain there, they develop a subway that is perfectly adapted to the city of Moscow. The goal is to make the Moscow Metro not only better than all the others, but also to impress the world with its beauty. Stalin summons the best architects and artists in the country for the station's interior design. After a record construction time of only 3 years, the first section opens on May 19, 1935. It passes right underneath the center of Moscow. To this day, the Moscow Metro is considered the most beautiful subway system in the world. 44 of its 212 stations are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The paintings and mosaics of each station tell an own story about the heroes of the Soviet Union. "400,000 square meters of marble tiles are used in all the stations. An artistic aesthetic is important, even in the modern stations. It is now nearly 8 o'clock. The Russian capital is awake. Millions of people want to go to work or school now, not just on the roads, but beneath them. Rush hour is also in full swing. Around 2 million people ride the Moscow Metro during morning rush hour alone. On weekdays, this amounts to a healthy total of 9 million passengers, which adds up to a total of 2.3 billion passengers per year. Even though trains arrive every 90 seconds, space is getting tight in the rail cars. During rush hour, an average of 9 passengers share 1 square meter of space. Komsomolskaya station is an important junction in the subway system. An increasing number of people are now arriving from the 3 surrounding intercity train stations. Acting station head Natalia now has to intervene and direct the streams of passengers.
Dear passengers, the exit to the city and the train stations is located in the middle of the platform, using the downward escalator.
Natalia closes the main exit. Until now, passengers were able to both enter and exit the station using the main entrance. By closing the entrance, Natalia has now changed this path into a one-way street. Anyone who wants to exit must now take a detour through the adjoining Red Line station. The measure is effective. The congested flow of passengers is breaking up. 8 o'clock, shift change. Natalia is finished for the day. Her colleague, Irina Bovachova, takes over.
All trains are running on schedule.
Okay, no interruptions? No interruptions.
No, everything is on schedule. Do you have the key?
There's not a lot of time to talk. Around 30,000 passengers get on the metro at the station during morning rush hour, and Irina is responsible for making sure nothing goes wrong when they do.
I watch things, like how passengers board and alight, to make sure that they don't get stuck in the door, and that the doors close in time.
Irina is also the point of contact for passengers with questions.
The busier it is, the more problems and questions there are. But it's not really that stressful. You have to be polite and treat people with respect. That always works.
Sergei Bakhmetyev is a food delivery boy. The quickest option for traveling to his customers is on the subway.
I have an order in the Volga-Greka district, about 40 minutes by car, and much faster with the metro.
Sergei needs to ride 6 stations and change trains once to get to his customer. The ride will only take 20 minutes. Sergei travels around 70 kilometers with the metro every day for work. That is significantly longer than the average distance a passenger rides, which is about 15 kilometers. After 4 minutes, Sergei has already reached his transfer point. He has to walk more than half a kilometer to the next train to continue his journey.
I still have 4 stations to go.
To keep the flow of people under control, the metro has a signage system for pedestrians at all transfer points. Following them is highly recommended amongst these masses of people. Sergei needs 7 minutes to change lines. He does not have to pay again. The ticket is valid until he leaves the metro, no matter how often he switches lines. At the next station, seats open up. But Sergei doesn't sit down.
They need to be available for older people, pregnant women, and women with children. That's why I'm standing.
It's an unwritten rule that Moscow residents find important to uphold. After just 19 minutes, Sergei has reached his destination. From here, he just has a short walk to reach his customer. He gives them a quick call.
Здравствуйте, это курьер Delivery Club. Буду у вас через минут 5. Да, все, хорошо.
He makes an average of 7 deliveries each day. The first one is now complete. Shortly after 9, dispatcher Albert Klorishin has his hands full in the control center. It's still rush hour.
Dispatcher 3480, I'm listening.
The train is back on schedule at Chelpika Station. Ramenki, how much of a delay does train 193 have on Route 78? A train just deviated from the schedule, and now I have to find out why.
Most delays are usually caused by passengers, by the way. They simply need too long to board and alight.
This is the busiest time. A huge number of people are traveling. The intervals between trains are very short. They can't be any shorter. That makes work during rush hour extremely stressful.
The dispatcher is always in touch with all the stations and drivers on his line via radio. He has to coordinate 8 stations, 14 trains, and 12,000 passengers all at the same time. In the case of a delay, he has to take countermeasures before the lag affects subsequent trains.
When there are problems, I have to swiftly restore and organize operations so that the metro can stay on schedule.
In addition to regular traffic, the dispatcher has to coordinate frequent service runs and inform the head of station on duty about these.
I just received a message about a train that will be passing through the station without stopping. Now I have to make an announcement that the passengers cannot board this train.
Irina has to hurry. The train is expected to pass through the station in just 3 minutes.
Dear passengers, the next train on the Kurskaya line is not stopping at our station. Please step back from the edge of the platform. I have to catch the train.
Irina has to ensure that no passenger is standing too close to the edge of the platform.
Комсомольская.
That was the dispatcher calling, because there will be another train passing through. He calls us, we have to come to the intercom, answer that we understood, document the time, and then check the train.
It's 10 o'clock. The morning rush hour is over. Now, Irina can give her staff the order to unblock the main entrance and turn the escalators on in both directions again.
He's now letting these passengers through. Afterwards, he will block the top entrance and, after the last passenger, he will switch the direction of the escalator.
Irina made it. The flow of passenger traffic has returned to normal. Without any incidents, the morning rush hour has passed. To keep up with the increasing number of passengers, the city continues to expand its metro network. Alexei Matveyev is one of the engineers responsible. An elevator takes him down beneath the city, where the second circle route is being built. It should be completed by 2025. The construction site for one of the new stations is located at a total depth of 65 meters. Construction manager Alexei's team has been working on this station for 4.5 years now. In the coming days, they plan to pour concrete for the platform and the stairs.
This here is the boarding area. Passengers who want to transfer to Saviolskaya station will take that path over there. Here in the middle, we have an exit to the city. And at the end of the platform, there is a second exit to the city.
The station is expected to open already in 6 months. Still, a whole lot to do for Alexei and his team. Because the metro is so deep, the cladding is particularly important.
The metal has to be welded very well so that no water can get through. The seams are good here. I think the customer will approve.
The challenge for the engineers is the earth beneath Moscow, which is permeated by underground water courses and soft sedimentary layers. The only way to build a subway network is below them. The depth requires a special construction. One station consists of 3 tubes. The center tube serves as the platform. Colonnades connect the center to the outer tubes that the trains drive through. This is the only way the stations can withstand the pressure from the layers of earth. And the depth presents another challenge. Thousands of people have to get to the trains below, all at the same time.
That is one of the exits to the city. The escalator here will be 99 meters long.
That will make this escalator among the longest in the world. In the whole Moscow metro system, there are currently 734 escalators. Together, they are more than 30 kilometers long. Only 15 of the 212 stations do not have escalators. To prevent accidents, an attendant keeps an eye on the escalators. Galina Kosareva has done this job for over 10 years. The thing that frustrates her the most is that some people think she just sits around.
I think my work is relatively demanding because of the human factor. I monitor how passengers conduct themselves on the escalator. Anything could happen. I have to pay constant attention so that I can stop the escalator in time if there's an emergency. I watch the monitor and the escalator at the same time. People come with children, with suitcases. There's also train stations here. And there's just a lot of people.
To transport the masses of people, the escalators in the Moscow metro have a special feature. They are nearly twice as fast as anywhere else in the world, with a speed of 3.2 kilometers per hour.
The area where the escalator ends is the spot I really have to pay attention to. It's always possible for something to get stuck there, or children want to play here. Anything could happen. It is pretty dangerous.
Several years ago, the metro tried to replace the escalator attendants with computer systems, but the passengers protested. They didn't feel safe anymore. 12 noon, and Komsomolskaya, on-duty station head Irina, doesn't have time for a break.
Komsomolskaya, Bolvachova, go ahead. I'm currently on rounds to check the operations rooms.
Once per shift, Irina has to check all the operations rooms.
This here is the boiler. I'm checking to make sure that all the equipment is working, if everything is shut off. It is also important that the electrical devices are dry and situated on wooden boards, so no one gets an electric shock. Everything is okay. The tap is also not dripping.
The technology in this room is in stark contrast to modern subway and control systems. But thanks to daily monitoring and maintenance, everything works flawlessly. Irina keeps her eyes open to notice anything during her rounds. Throughout the station, several cleaning teams are constantly at work. The station should always be neat and tidy, no matter how many passengers. Irina's path leads her by a very special door.
That's what is known as a structural steel door that can be used to close off the entrance in emergency situations. God forbid we ever have that type of situation.
Thanks to these doors, all of the metro stations can be used as bunkers, even today. But their origin lies in World War II. Thanks to the depth of the stations, they were the ideal places to seek shelter during air raids. Within just 2 months, all of the stations that existed back then were retrofitted with these doors. When the city was bombarded by the German Air Force from 1941 to 1942, 500,000 people found shelter in the metro every day. There were concerts, film screenings, and infirmaries in the train stations. 150 children were born there during the war. The metro was the safest part of the city. Once a year, technicians test and maintain all the Moscow Metro's bunker doors so that they can function without any problems in case of an emergency. The engineers even install these types of bunker doors in the new stations. On-duty station head Irina is still on her rounds.
I really love my job. I like that I have to be very precise, reliable, and punctual for this work. I have to think and act at the same time. Thoughts, hands, feet, everything has to work simultaneously. I like that.
As the head of station, Irina is responsible for all areas of the 19,000 square meter station. The rounds last 1 hour.
Everything's okay. All the staff members are doing their jobs. Everything's the way it should be.
Now, Irina also has time for a short break. "1 o'clock in the afternoon. The city center is quiet. The people bustling around here are mainly tourists. Most Moscow residents are now at work. Driver Pavel Mayorov's shift has just ended. A colleague takes his place during a stop at a station. This takes only 30 seconds. The train cannot stop for longer than that under any circumstances.
My workday is over now. The shift actually went pretty well. There were a couple of minor difficulties. People are in a hurry during rush hour and are afraid of being late, but I made it. Everything went well.
Pavel doesn't have to drive again until the next day. Drivers are required to have a break of at least 12 hours between their shifts. At the other end of the city, food delivery boy Sergei has another order.
I have a delivery for a customer who would like food from a restaurant here.
Sergei has to transport the food halfway through the city. He estimates the ride should not take him more than 30 minutes. Even though it's midday, the metro station is full. His train is one from the latest generation and even has a cell phone charging station.
That is very practical because I need my cell phone for work.
Not only can passengers charge their telephones, there is also free wireless access in all Moscow metro coaches.
This is Pushkinskaya. Change here for lines 2 and 9.
After 15 minutes, Sergei has reached his transfer point. He has to change lines again. This time, he is not so lucky with the type of train.
These trains are really very old. They're uncomfortable and loud. If I have to make a call, I pretty much can't understand anything.
Passengers have to endure up to 100 decibels of noise in the old trains. In comparison, the new trains emit only 55 decibels. A few minutes later, Sergei has reached his destination. In total, the Moscow Metro operates 6 different types of trains of various ages. Their service life is impressive. Each travels around 180,000 kilometers per year. When the distances traveled by all the trains are added together, that's 108 million kilometers a year, or 2,700 trips around the Earth. Maintenance is divided up among the various depots. Each depot specializes in a certain type of train. Vladikino is one of the largest train workshops in Moscow. The mechanics here maintain and repair up to 30 trains every day. Mikhail Hatoskik is the workshop manager. Today, a huge maintenance project is scheduled for this rail car.
Now, we'll start repairing this rail car. Today, we will take it apart, then check everything, and overhaul the train engine and the wheel set bearings.
Every 560,000 kilometers, so around every 3 years, Mikhail and his team have to completely dismantle each train.
It's complicated work, but that's normal for us. We do this to several rail cars each week.
The team first separates the 4-ton chassis from the pivoted bogies.
The rail car is ready to be lifted. We do it in 2 stages.
Mikhail and his team are tense. If the 4 jacking devices are not entirely synchronized, the rail car will tip.
Is everyone ready? Okay, let's lift it.
Mechanics monitor both sides while the rail car is being lifted to make sure that all the connections have really been separated. In 10 minutes, they've done it. The pivoted bogies are one of the most important safety factors, and the wearing parts that are subject to the most stress.
We took the wheel frames and wheel set bearings apart. Now my colleagues will wash the rail car, check the bearings, and perform an ultrasonic inspection of the axles and wheel frames. Tomorrow, we will put the rail car back together, and then it can get back to work on the line.
Then, Mikhail and his workers can take on the next rail car. It is nearly 4 p.m. Evening rush hour is starting. Tens of thousands of commuters arrive at Komsomolskaya station, wanting to continue on to the surrounding intercity train stations.
People are well rested in the mornings. Now, in the evenings, they are tired from work. Rush hour traffic in the evening also takes longer than the morning commute because people get off work at different times.
Irina now focuses on the escalators again, the station's bottleneck.
Now I will set 2 escalators to travel up. My colleagues stop the people so that they can switch the escalator's direction. The passengers then have to go to the Sokolnisheskaya line to come here.
The escalators are an important tool for Irina as she directs the flow of people.
What time is it? 29 after? We'll wait 1 more minute. Then we'll close it. No earlier. Right on the half hour, as discussed.
The staff can reverse the direction of the escalator in just 20 seconds. Just as in the mornings, Irina makes use of the fact that both stations at this hub are connected by passageways. She switches the escalators the other way around. Now passengers are still able to leave the station directly. But anyone who wants to enter has to take the detour through the neighboring red line. Despite this, a long line for the escalator forms. This is not a good place for claustrophobic people. Trains arrive every 90 seconds and let out up to 1,000 people all at once. Nearly 25,000 people pass through the station by the end of evening rush hour. Just before 8 p.m. Now, Irina's workday is also over. In a brief handover, she tells her colleague about the work plan for tonight's shift. There is regular cleaning to do, but also a number of detailed technical inspections to carry out on the tracks.
I don't know what I'm going to do now. First, I'll go home, then I'll see. I'm never tired when I'm at work. I only notice how tired I am when I get home.
Irina now has a day off. Then she will return to another 12-hour shift. Night is falling over Moscow. The metropolis is slowly settling down. Only a few people are still underway in the metro. The team for the night shift is already waiting. At exactly 1 a.m., the police close the entrances. From now on, no one can enter the stations anymore. A half hour later, the last passenger leaves the station, even if it's not entirely voluntary. Now the cleaning team removes the traces of the 170,000 passengers. All 212 of the Moscow metro stations are cleaned each night. Station head Rima Loseva is preparing for track maintenance, which is also done at night. This is because power to the tracks needs to be shut off for this task, impossible during the day.
We've now received the order from the dispatcher to close the route.
To ensure that no maintenance vehicles enter the tunnel, the station head puts up a barrier. A team of technicians only has 3 hours to check the rails in the area of the station and complete all the necessary maintenance work.
Now we will check to see if the alarm system at the tunnel entrance is working. If you would, Olga.
There is a sensor at each tunnel entrance that is set for the width of the train. If, for example, someone gets stuck in the doors and is being dragged, the sensor immediately sets off an alarm. The head of the station is obliged to check this system every night.
Everything's okay. It works perfectly.
5 o'clock in the morning, all the work is done.
Everything is done. The passengers can come.
Just 30 minutes later, the doors of the Moscow metro open again. Europe's largest subway can now once again bring people quickly, punctually, and safely to their destinations, wherever that may be.